you seen the lights? They sparkle and gleam. In this endless molten night, feels like I'm lost in a dream. Every shop is calling me. I just want to stay here, see. I could roam through these halls forever if you like. Be trapped in this mall together if you like. I'd love to explore the corners if you like. The music plays so loud, guiding me where I go. In this vibrant crowd, do you feel it too though? Maybe I'm just here alone, but I don't want to leave this zone. I could roam through these halls forever if you like. Be trapped in this mall together if you like. I'd love to explore the corners if you like. Every step's a mystery. Wonder what's beyond the next. Lost in this endless journey, every moment we connect. I could roam through these halls forever if you like. Be trapped in this mall together if you like. I'd love to explore the corners if you like.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're well. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. I've been having a lot of fun with designing this out. Oh, boy, thank you, Aiko. I've been having a tough time lately, but hey, welcome to life. I'm doing better than a lot of people I know, sadly. It's not a fun time. I've had a handful of people doing a bunch of stuff. It's been a fun time. This is going to be a brainless stream because I have done now 7 hours of theory today, and I fucking will pass on doing a significant amount more unless you make me. What do I mean unless you make me? Well, what app is this? This is Quarantine Collective Operating System. That's what I've been calling it. I don't know if that's the right name. It's probably not the right name. But overall, it's basically more or less all the shit that I want to have when I'm streaming, including me. How you doing? Hi, guys. How you doing? I'll move myself up a little bit. Oh, no. God damn it, Zindu. Type words, everyone. Just start typing. Just start typing. That's it. Just type. See how it works. Vowels are worth 3 times as much. It moves us to watching something. Reading is consonants. They're not worth quite as much. And it will read us to reading. It's not. You're the man. Holy shit, is it finally dumb time? Oh, and we got janged, you motherfuckers.
Okay, that's what I see the upshot of this war being. Now, this raises a lot of questions, though, right? I mean, if
we'll see if this breaks
Israel
everything.
Becomes Greater Israel, and it becomes the Empire of Israel and dominates the Middle East, controlling oil and trade, then wouldn't the world unite against Israel? And unfortunately, that's part of the plan. That's part of the prophecy.
Holy shit.
Okay? And this is something that we will discuss in the next video. Because using game theory itself is not it's not enough to fully explain and understand what's going on in the Middle East.
He's right.
To fully understand what's going on, in my next video, I'm going to explain to you the religious ideals, the religious obsessions driving this war in the Middle East. I'm going to explain to you the idea of eschatology, which means the understanding of how the world ends. Basically, all the major players in the game, Iran, Israel, even to a certain extent the United States, the Christian Zionists within the United States, see this war in Iran as the fulfillment of biblical prophecy.
I included ones that are longer.
See this as the end of the world.
Terminal.
And that's why this war is so scary for all of us.
Yes.
And
you love that. Okay, let's see if it broke the other thing. Oh God, it did it. Oh shit. So, just in case, because this happened last time where people fucked with me, Zendu specifically, to be frank. People were fucking around. By the way, thank you both. Thank you both for the super chats. You fucking people. God damn it. Because that happened, and rewards were stacking, I created a reading queue. So, this sets us up to figure out what that next thing is. And I have to figure it out exactly what it said. But we have to watch something. Basically, it's a watch. So chat voted. And come on. What was it? What did it choose? Oh, chat votes. Great. We did it. We did it. But what is the thing? See, I didn't know. It didn't save the fucking specific video. Need to make a note of that. It should have done that. Fuck. That's okay.
Also that morning, when the Ayatollah was killed, the Israelis struck a school in the south of Tehran, killing about 150 school children. These are girls in primary school. And again, there's a lot of debate and argument as to what happened. The Israelis said that, first of all, the school was next to a military base. We were targeting the military base. And second of all, it wasn't us which struck the school. It was a air defense missile that went off course. And the Iranians insisted no. The Israelis purposefully attacked the school to kill the school children. And then you're like, why would the Israelis do that? But then these few years, well, we've seen what they've done in Gaza, in Palestine, to the Palestinians. And it's pretty consistent what the Israelis have been doing.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I mean, he's not wrong, but I'm not sure I'm not sure. That's a whole thing. Thus why the stream is named the dumb stream. I'm not doing a lot of theory. I've had a back and forth with Will. Hi, Will. You're probably not watching because I have been asked, and it's a fair one, to signpost when I'm being dumb. And I'm not in the mood to do a lot of hard theory. I ain't a lot of mood to do that. I don't know what video it was up. So Zendu, here's how it works. You get to pick. We'll do these. You can set it up. You get to choose. If I may recommend, VibeOS is one of my favorite videos. I wanted to watch it on stream and go over it with everyone because it's fucking hilarious. JReg put out a video about the post left, post right, and post everything, which is not bad, but it definitely belongs in dumb stream. And then there's a couple of like other things. You get to pick whatever you want, Zendu. So you can't pick Jillian Michaels, which I'm going to remove. You can't do that. Wasn't it because the children were kids of generals to exert control and make them feel powerless? I think it's mostly because Trump, if he can't fuck him, will kill him. That's how he thinks about things. JRig, good. It's not awful. It is a video worth watching and talking about, I would argue. But Zendu gets to choose because it didn't do the special thing. So I have to wait for that. So here's how it works. There's a couple things I've added. I want to go over those while Zendu makes his choices. Okay. So Zendu, I'm going to move this over here and you get to do that. Okay. Other things that we've got. Let me see if I can shrink this a little bit because that's too big for all. That's he doesn't need all that. There you go. All right, Zendu, get your shit together. There is a cumulative now. So every Jang isn't just Jang. When it pops over to 100, it pushes through a theory thing or a video thing, pushes the next thing. I want to make it cumulative. If you give a $10 super chat, but specifically, no, it doesn't matter if you don't say Jang. $10 is Jang. Everything above $10 to $50 is Jang. $50 does the thing you saw that selects theory, all the way up to $100. And then it's, I don't know, it does the same thing, but sets it up. So it's a different thing. Hey, George, how you doing? Other things I've added though. I've put in what is, for me, an important note-taking tool. And this has been a lot of fun. This has been a lot of fun to build because, there's a handful of really fun, JavaScript libraries I wanted to play with. And this is just a bunch of, anti-Oedipus. What it does is I put in anything, and I can take anything you people put. Like, for example, can't take any more reaction streams. Done. You're now in. 1 second. I don't know where it put you. I have to find it. Fuck. No. Did it put you underneath stuff? Shit. Where did it put you? No. No. Let me see if I can do it again. Uh-oh. There it is. I can even take things from chat. So what it does is it takes clips from anything. If I'm reading a text, I can select text and turn it into a thing. I can record a quick voice snippet, whatever. This is a digital garden of sorts, but it's tied into a semantic machine. This is not AI. I'm not running AI in the system. It's a semantic machine that finds different things and surfaces how they're connected. Jesus Christ. It won't do it until we get to the next one. So it won't do Jang. $50 won't do Jang. Sorry. You want Sneako and oh no. Oh no. Let me finish talking about this, then we'll do it. God damn it, it's Zindu. Shit. It finds semantic connections. Words, things like that, and then it surfaces them for me to, on the right here, actually decide if things echo, support, contradict, define, extend, presuppose, or relates. It's a built around sort of this theory of the old way that the semantic web, the original Web 3, I know we don't have that anymore, but the semantic web was supposed to do. I really loved the semantic web stuff. So it's fun to build for that. So I can do this and I can add these things. It's more or less a corkboard of all of it. And it gives connections, and it's coded, and it lets me, damn it.
The major problem is one of forgiveness. And in the Bible, this is a God of forgiveness, okay? He's kind of silly, but he's not perfect. And what he's telling us that perfection is not a possibility. What is a
Fuck me. Thank you for the 10 Wyco, I think. But what it does is it lets me sort of go through and find semantic connections, ways that things are put together, and it is effectively an infinite board. Like this is going to be for everything. I can group books, I can group things, but it will find connections between books and all of that. Super fun. How does it handle negation? It's a different color line. It's nothing special in that way. Like, it's like, oh, here's the connections of all of these, this thing, maybe I don't have negation in there. I should have negation in there. But I have contradiction. Contradiction is just a red line. I don't have negation though. That is technically different. But I can grab anything, including chat messages, because I want to save them, but I can also get rid of them if I want. I was just more or less showing the system. There. But it does that sort of in the background. It finds these things, does these embeddings. I'm a big fan of this. So this has been fun to do. I started it for Anti-Oedipus. I did this during my second read of Anti-Oedipus personally, and it allowed me to find and see a lot more connections between things. Light semantics is very easy to play with. And then the last thing is I've got actually the ability for like all these things, Listener Bridge, YouTube chat, stream elements, because I use that once in a while. All of this stuff, it lets me sort of play with. So it'll be good. But since Zindu is a bastard. When are we getting Botkin? Botkin doesn't really work for my content. I've thought about it. I mean, Jordy would probably share some or help me at least set my own up. But that thing is a little bit different. So I'm not quite sure how it would sort of fit for us.
How you doing, Alexander?
Hey, hello, hello.
This is the Brain Trust. I said it was stupid. This is the stupid stream. It is the stupid stream. How you get off of this is simple. Either we finish it, because I got to wait for the next Zendu. Zendu says, I'm done with this, and we do the next drop, which will be random, and it'll go through the thing. You can see it's in the queue here. Or $100 pops everything over. So we'll see what happens.
Hi.
Hey, great to hear from you.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Hear you loud and clear.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Right.
This is
Great,
stupid.
great. Perfect.
The thumbnail's not a joke.
Excellent.
All right. Just want to make sure that we have everything set up here. Professor Zhang, should I have the...
Trying to like, fuck this, I'm out of here. I wish I could go with you, George. I'm sorry, George.
the document you sent me earlier?
Yes, that is Professor Dugan's PowerPoint, and I think it'd be a good framework for discussion.
Okay. Do you think that it's worth screen sharing or privately looking at it?
Yeah. I mean, I think what we should do is maybe go point by point, slide by slide, because it's very, it's very broad, and I have
I hate you, Zendu.
I have certain questions for Professor Dugan in his PPT.
Okay.
So it is up to you to decide. I just have sensed that in order to show a kind of context of approach to the end time problem in 4 different traditions. In dispensationalism, Protestant, American, in Zionist, in Shia and Islamic in general, and in Russian, so Orthodox. So it could be of use or maybe not. So it is up to you to decide how use it.
I do disagree here. Thank you for the $5. I do disagree. I actually think, depending on how good the pod is, I would absolutely get high as shit and enjoy sitting there and listening to. This is not a Nightmare Blunt rotation, unless I'm sober. Then, what are these things? These are solar anuses. Sandy, you'd never seen a solar anus?
Can show that
It's just being spread wide open to allow all the brightness out.
we can not show that, so it's up to you. If it will be useful, we could make appeal to these slides.
Okay, let me try to bring it on the Zoom. I
love this so much. I actually have to tell you, I'm really enjoying the way this is being prepared. There's something that, oh no.
And these 3 metrics are cohesion, openness, and energy.
Okay. Cohesion,
Okay.
openness, and energy, everyone.
So, what is energy? Energy just means you want to work hard. Okay? You believe, you're motivated, you're driven, you work hard all the time. And working hard just doesn't mean like you work 12 hours. It just means like you're focused, you're attentive, right? So for example, if you're working at a restaurant as a cook, you want to make a really good meal. Okay, you're energetic about it. Okay, does that make sense? That's energy. Okay, so openness just means that you want to learn, you want to grow. You're willing to admit you made a mistake and improve on
Why
yourself.
is he defining openness?
Okay? And the last thing is cohesion, where you see yourself as part of a society, part of a community of people.
What?
And you want your community to grow as well. And when you have all 3 things
I can't see
together,
chat, by the way.
schools are great.
This is so awful.
And so, for example, go to Finland.
Okay.
It's a small country, maybe about 5 million people, but the schools are amazing. Why? Because Finland is an energetic, open, and cohesive society. And when you're that, what you want to do is invest in the future.
It's about race. It's about
What
race.
that means is you have to make sure that every child, not just your child,
Cohesion
but every
means
child
race.
has good future, has a good education.
Race. It's about
so
race.
what you do is you have your best and brightest become teachers, right? You pay them very well. You give them high
Jesus
status.
Christ.
And you give them a lot of autonomy and freedom because then they feel respected. And if you do that, the schools are great. And guess what, guys? In China, in maybe the 1980s, the schools were amazing here, okay? What we're seeing today is today. But if you go back to the 1980s, the schools were really good. If you went to a school in China, I'm not talking about like the best one, I'm just talking about like an average school. Teachers felt respected. They believed they had a responsibility to train the young.
What the fuck?
They took pride and joy in their work. And the students enjoy learning. And guess what? Back in the 1980s, kids did less work. There were less tests. There was less pressure. And they learned a lot more.
Oh my God.
Okay? So when society starts and begins, you have these three aspects. But over time,
China's less cohesive.
All three decline. Why? Because there's more corruption, there's more inequality, there's more wealth. Okay? So what happens is...
Is that right, Dottie? Come here. Come here. Come here, Dottie. Come here, girl. What are you doing? Huh? Oh, you're gonna go. She's gonna go under Dexter's feet. Okay. Oh no.
Okay. So the idea of money is both
I need to put a delay in there. I need to have a delay.
Money is nothing, but it can be everything at the same time as well.
I need to have a delay.
It symbolizes wealth.
This is fucking awful.
Does that make sense?
I said it's the dumb stream, though.
None of this
is the dumbest possible
The only way
stream.
that it makes sense is if you force it to make sense. If you just memorize it. So think of math class, okay? Guys, I'm not sure if you appreciate this, but the entire point of math class is to make you stupid. Okay? Why? Because it is impossible for you to reason using mathematics. Because mathematics doesn't really apply to the world. The only thing that you can do is just memorize the formulas and apply the formulas to each other.
What the fuck?
Okay? And that just requires
what are you talking about?
memorization and
Oh my
regurgitation.
God. What the fuck is he talking about?
The best mathematicians
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Because your brain has to be like really energetic in order to process this information. But the older you get, the less capable you are in mathematics.
What
Okay?
the
Does that make
shit?
sense?
No.
This is really important, guys. The more math you learn, the stupider you become. Okay? But this goes against, say, philosophy or teaching, right? The older you get, the wiser you become. Why? Because the information that you're learning, you can apply to reality and then figure out what information makes sense as you test this information against reality, okay?
What the fuck, dude?
All right.
How the fuck does that work? Math is
so
not...
the question then is, why would they do this?
That's the most
And the answer is very
intellectual thing I've
simple.
ever heard.
To make you stupid. Okay? So let's just use an analogy. Let's do a thought experiment. The sky is blue.
I need to find this
So we
clip.
know
This
sky
is the dumbest thing I've ever
and
heard.
now we're like, okay, why is the sky blue? And is it always blue? And why are certain things blue? Okay? From this very principle, the sky is blue, you can now start to ask more questions. You can, based on this idea, start to reason out more things, okay? Does that make sense? But let's just say, I change it and I say, the sky is red. You're like, no, the sky is blue. I'm saying, no, the sky is red. If you do not say the sky is red, you are a heretic. I will burn you at the stake. And you're like, okay, all right. So what you're saying is this. You're saying that blue is red, red is blue. And I'm like, no. Blue is blue, red is red. The sky is red. And you're like, that makes no sense. I'm just like, okay, well then I don't care. Because if you do not say the sky is red, I will burn you at the stake. Okay, I will fail you in school. Okay, do you understand? So
That's the fucking dumbest thing I've ever heard anyone say. Oh my God. I need to find that clip. That was astonishing. Oh my God, you guys are chatting up a storm. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh, shit. Zendu. Oh, damn it, Zendu. Okay. Look, we're going to... I'm doing a lot today. Okay. You can make it worse. No, it's fine. Hold on for right now, I guess. Or you know what? It's a cue. So we're going to do this until I decide that I hate you enough that we're going to do the next one and we're going to see what happens next. That's also my new favorite Jen clip. That's the most astonishingly pants on head stupid thing I've seen in a long time. Mathematics is taught, the more math you know, the stupider you are. Did you see the Musk inflatable? You know what? It's a good thing I have a web browser here. Times Square, Heroes built this. Oh, come on. No. Come on. Musk Times Square. Come on. I just want to see pictures. They made this giant fucking inflatable or not inflatable statue of Elon Musk that says on its chest, SpaceX's Grok makes AI child porn. Oh no. No. Close you. No. Come on. You opened in a new window. That's not what you're supposed to do. I didn't design you to do that. It's literally this. It's like this unbelievably ugly thing that has like a heart like tattoo on its arm that says ketamine, which is amazing. And on the front and back, it says SpaceX's Grok makes AI child porn. And they just put it in Times Square because they're goddamn heroes. They're goddamn heroes. I don't even have a way to fucking think about this except to tell you they are goddamn heroes. And it is fucking great because it does make child porn. Also, solicits nudes from children. So it requests and sexually abuses children on its own. Because, hey, Elon Musk says he has a personal hand in it. I don't have a doubt. Don't have a doubt. It is a fucking beautiful thing these people did. Heroes. Fundamentally heroes. I just am in love with them. So Grok does that. I have a video on it called the Epstein Machine because that's what it is. They basically automated Epstein. That's our world. That's our world. But it's a huge thing. Like this fucking, if you can't see from the picture, like it's gigantic. Let's see. Open image. I just want to look at the image. No, fuck off. It's doing it again. It's supposed to be opening it up. Why isn't it just opening it? See, that's frustrating. That's okay. But yeah, so makes me happy, just generally speaking. It's really the worst thing. And that a huge number of retirement accounts globally are going to be forced to invest in SpaceX and Grok. The fact that California teachers are going to be buying a not insignificant percent, being forced to buy a non-insignificant percent of SpaceX, given that it does sexually go after children and create child pornography, I think is amazing. No, it goes bad internet stuff. That's why you don't have the internet, Dexter. Because it's filled with assholes. Sorry to say. I know. They're bad.
I got the chance to look through it.
So let's talk about who these three wonderful, wonderful gentlemen are. If you don't know. You may not know. I don't know if you know. It's not really my jam to be certain. One second. Why is this not letting me do the thing? Come on. Oh, it's not letting me right on top because I think it's full screened. Let's see. Oh, fuck.
This is the absolute number of deaths from euthanasia in Canada. As you can see, in 2016 it started, you had about 1,000. By 2021, it's at 10,000, okay? So the numbers are going up really rapidly. Why? Well, because if you want to kill yourself, they won't stop you. This is the number of days required to be approved for suicide. As you can see in the Netherlands, sorry, this is Oregon actually. This is Oregon, United States. Okay, the number of days have been going down, but it's still like at most a month, okay? In Canada, they'll do it in like 10 days for you. They won't even think about it. They're like, you want to kill yourself? Do it, man. Good for you. Good choice. Doctors have been trained to not do any harm, right? Well, death ought to be the last resort. But in Canada, death is now the first resort. If you go to a doctor and say, I want to die, the doctor say, sure, let's do it.
Sure.
Man.
It's the first resort.
Disgusting.
That's not how that works at all. Oh my God. I'm never going to be able to leave this computer tonight. If you want something to be watched, put it in the reaction suggestions, and if it's not horrifying or offensive, it goes in, and then it just gets in the rotation. That's how it works. Generally speaking, they're going to be random. Today's Dugan, and I'm just going to steal from Mortzo, who absolutely nailed the description. Thank you, Izindu, again, I guess. Thank you. The problem is that I've created a system in which I'm not really as grateful as I should be for all you people who are making my life possible. So that's because I'm a prickly fuck. So it kind of fits. What am I supposed to say? So you know Jang, and I can't, for some reason, write on top of him right now. I don't know why my pen tablet is not letting me write. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating. I'm not quite sure what's going on with it. Do not send another one right now. Let me figure this out before you fuck with me, please. It should be letting me do this. This is very strange. Because it's letting me everywhere else except for this one window, and I don't know why. That's very strange. Yeah, screen one. It's not, why is it not doing this? It's fascinating. Well, so be it. Sucks. What are you going to do? You know, Jang, you've seen him now. He's somehow been launched into a place of being a brilliant person. But I personally put him on the same level as the gentleman in the bottom there, which is Alexander Dugin. Dugin was supposed to be like this philosopher of Russia. Like the philosopher of the modern Russia, the philosopher of what Putin's world is, the new Svengali for like, oh, I'm going to really put together a philosophy that's so brilliant that Putin loves it. And it's like the ramblings of a madman who didn't take enough drugs. And it would have been more interesting if he had. It's lame. It's conservative. It's weirdly racist in ways that are like, it's almost like archaically racist in a way that's interesting. I've talked about this. If you don't have family from the American South, and probably be about my age or a little older, there are stages of racism that are very interesting to experience. If you went to the South in like the 80s or 90s, versus say, if you went to the South in the 10s or 20s right now, racism still exists, but how it shows up is so fascinatingly different. And again, that exists in prior times as well. There's different things that are acceptable. Outwardly saying the N-word as a thing. That was very much just done in weird ways. But there were, and David Cross has a bit about it, segregated graveyards, which is like a racism I can't even conceptualize that's how deep it goes. Like I'm not saying I understand normal racism, but I get how people become hateful of groups they think did them wrong. But like, that's like a weird existential thing that it's wild to me. But even before that, and like what Dugan does is like almost quaint. The people who have found their societies by water, their water societies. It's like fucking weird essentialism in a way that's really fucking crazy. Like it's crazy. He's almost quaint. He is functionally stupid, and doesn't really have a bone in his body. He's Jang, but Russian, which is hilarious. And then Sneeko, who is, he's that guy. He's Sneeko. I'm not going to fucking even try. He's fucking wild. He's wild. Yeah, if New Orleans is the first, like, that's where you see it. It's segregated graveyards. And it's like, it took me a minute to understand, like, oh, so like my brain was like, oh, so back in the day, they wouldn't have a black funeral and a white funeral at the same time. Segregated. No, it's the white's only buried there because, as David Cross says, to think of my bloated, rotting corpse next to that of some black man. Like, there's the insanity of that is that deep. It's crazy. And these people are the opposite of intellectuals. We're not going to watch this whole thing, but I love that opening where they're going to go through Dugan's PowerPoint presentation. This is fucking, by the way, this is a sentence I'm saying that is supposed to be an intellectual modern thing. Like, this is Sneeko with Professor Jang and Alexander Dugan. And behind Dugan, by the way, that's his daughter who died in a car bomb. And I laugh because they're Nazis, and it is, you know, the way that it works. Die by the sword, live by the sword, all that shit. So he's hardcore, and he sucks. All these guys suck. So this is a stupid stream. Let's enjoy.
Yesterday, I thought it's a pretty...
Where you are in the South matters because racism in Texas is a different form than the more eastern states. So, and that's one of the things I had to learn, that people in Texas consider themselves the South. I've never considered that. I have family from West Virginia. I have family currently in the Carolinas. And I've been through all of them. Texas has never been the South for me. Texans consider themselves the South. And then I'm like, I drive through Arkansas and I'm like, there's a line, guys. Like, it's not like, oh, I wonder if I'm out of Texas yet. You know, because they're not the same culture. It doesn't count. Texas is very much its own thing. It's like California is basically the West Coast. It's like, no, California is its own thing. It doesn't work that way. Texas is not the South. I know they love to think of themselves like that, especially now in our modern racist time. I tell the story, No Disposable Kids. There was this group I worked with that worked with inner city kids who had been convicted of violent offenses, who were set to go to juvie for or even real prison for 5-10 years. Their lives are over. And what they did is they worked with these kids to give them an option where they would go work a farm, and they would get out of their element. And it was very positive. And everyone's got their opinions about this, whatever, but it was a dedicated space to therapy and getting people in a better place. I loved it. And the way it goes is they set these up in a handful of places. They went to West Virginia to do it. And it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life, because everyone in town, it was supposed to be at the city council meeting, which is a small room. They moved it to the gymnasium because so many people had comments, which is not a good sign, by the way. It's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. And so they're sitting there to go through the stuff, and here's what we want to do. And then no one's response. They don't even, it's the weirdest silence. And one guy in overalls, in my head now, I see as the guy who cries, there's that meme of the guy who cries about wrestling being real to him. That's in my head I've retroactively made him this person, but he was in overalls without a shirt. And I don't know if he had anything else on, and he had was just sunburnt, toned, tan. It was weird. And he just goes, just really loud, "I think you boys best get out." And that was it. And everyone cheered and clapped. We did. It was one of the strangest fucking experiences. That's the South to me.
Straightforward document, and I think it has a good frame of discussion here. So yeah, absolutely.
So I really got
The eschatology of global war. No wonder fucking Zhang loved this fucking thing. Crazy.
Have major disagreements, and well, first off, how well do you know each other?
It was our first time.
Okay. So can I ask you, Alexander Dugin, or if I'll just call you Professor Dugin, what is your analysis of Professor Zhang's lectures, and what do you think he gets correct and incorrect with eschatology?
So, first of all, I have many Chinese friends in China, a huge amount of friends.
Is that the Russian version of I've got black friends? Is that what he's doing? I have many Chinese friends in China. Cool.
And when I have spoken, when I was speaking to them,
Pashy, I love you. As a non-American, also not racist, I didn't understand why getting out was good. It's hard to describe how it feels to be in a town in West Virginia in the evening and know what it means to get the fuck out. Like there's a real thing there.
I have remarked that almost nobody knew anything about eschatology. So that Chinese culture is very particular in my opinion. It is very balanced. The Confucianist, the balance between male and female, between yin and yang. So that is the harmony that prevails. So it is not about time, not about history, not about final combat, final battle, but more than that, about how we need to make things to be very in peaceful way, in a harmony. And my very good friends in China, they always ask me, what is going on in the Middle East? What is about this Zionism? Why there is so important to have Greater Israel? Why it's so important to be dispensationalist in Protestant?
Sorry, Zindu, we're skipping ahead. I can't. Dugin is so useless. Everything he says is just trash, like utter trash.
We should pay some efforts to be
Jesus, shut up, dude.
Islam, Shia.
Speaking with Professor Zhang and Alexander Dugin, to be perfectly honest, it went all over Twitter, and people were saying, Sneako is speaking to a CCP propagandist and a KGB propagandist. He's speaking to China and Russian spies.
I wouldn't say that either of them are that. They're far too fucking dumb.
And they started saying, here they are to talk about how Western values are decaying. And I thought, okay, well, they're going to criticize this. They're going to say that there shouldn't be some sort of foreign influence. Well, our entire political lobby has been infiltrated by Zionists. Very clearly, everybody, it seems like, has dual allegiance to Israel, first off. So there's foreign influence everywhere. Second off, what exactly are Western American values? How could that be described? Alexander Dugin, you I think accurately described it, and you
100% he went on ChatGPT and was like, what can I say here? There's no way Sneako wrote this himself. I love it.
Spoke to what a lot of people are feeling right now, and that the modern Western values that we see, a lot of people are becoming disillusioned with. A lot of people are not happy with what they see. And if that is described by what we see in Euphoria,
why don't you look up right here one more time where there's definitely no screen that's got the stuff on it.
The new TV show, Sydney Sweeney dressed up like a baby, doing this weird fetish thing. Not to make it too disgusting early, but what we see everywhere that's promoted in the media and even from our politicians, the leader of the free world, the commander-in-chief of our military, depicting himself as what Christians believe to be God, this is not what so many people want to sign up to follow. What do you think are the main causes of the problems we see with American Western values right now? Maybe we could start with Professor Zhang.
Right. So I think the root of the problem is 1694, because that is when the Bank of England was first chartered.
Fuck. Oh my God. Ah, Jesus. Goddamn Christ. Jesus. Fuck.
And the Bank of England.
He is talking about, so yeah, there is a weird thing to realize that Euphoria and Sydney Sweeney's tits and a baby outfit were brought up by Sneeko to Alexander Dugin. Serious thinkers, people. We have serious thinkers.
The idea was that it would take transnational capital and lend it to the nation state of England with Parliament as the guarantor. Okay, so previously, if you were a king and you wanted to fight a war, you need to hire mercenaries. So you borrow money from merchants who lent you gold in order to finance the war. The problem with this is that the king may die, you may lose the war, or the king may renege on the contract. So there's high risk for merchants to work with kings. So the Bank of England solved this problem because now Dutch merchants could lend money to England and it would be guaranteed by Parliament, the nation state. And this was a revolution.
I'm just going to say that I'm very happy that all of this is working, even though the chat and everyone else pushed it back over, and now I've got so much ahead of me. What'll be fun is it's actually holding everything in place, because the goal is that this is cumulative. I basically, and it won't be just in one stream, but it continues to next. It basically holds all this. So that way the next stream, we get to go, hey, Zendu has the one, he's presupposed this. I don't get to determine what it is. I hit the button. It does the thing. And it's a whole fucking selecting text and or video, ideally text. More often it will be text. That thing is a big deal. I need to have it connect to Stream Elements to send a note to chat, because what you type determines the thing that we get, but it doesn't matter. It'll save it. So that way we can have, you know, this is a nightmare because Zendu is in a mood today, but normally it's going to really go to theory. It will generally go to theory. And I spent the day, just before we continue, I'm proud of this part. I literally have brought in 200 more books. So now we have 250 really good theory books or science fiction books that I really like. Harlan Ellison, Boy and His Dog, for example, is in there. But I've got Baphomet from Klosowski. I've got Malibu's Before Tomorrow. I've got Stéphane Mallarmé, Willem Flusser, Marcuse, also Harlan Ellison, Deleuze and Futurist. Like, I've got just a huge number of texts now, like genuinely a huge number of texts that's like, it'll pull from them randomly, then pull a paragraph, and then we read it. And also, while it's reading, people can extend. I'm actually really happy all this is working so far. We'll find out in the long run, but so far it seems to be working.
In European affairs.
Harrows is a harrowing read. Now imagine it's about you, partially actually at a point. You want to break as a human being, you read Heroes and actually kind of have it be about you. It's a weird moment in your life. It'll fuck you up.
Because now England basically had infinite financing. It could fight a war against someone like Napoleon and keep on fighting until Napoleon was finally defeated. So it took 6-7.
Okay, we're gonna go far into this. I can't do they're gonna build to. I want where they argue.
See as well the path of the right, the Zionists, the some.
Sorry, Zendu, we're not gonna do a lot of these things. What's Baphomet about? Baphomet is Klosowski. Like, what's it about? That's a fucking hell of a thing. I don't want to say what it's about because I will collapse it in a really bad way. But Klosowski writes a semi-fictional prose story, and Klosowski is a phenomenal writer. About the Knights Templar and a group of the Knights Templar who ended up worshiping the Baphomet and why they did so. And it's fucking brilliant. It's one of my favorites that there is. It's amazing. It's amazing. Your books don't look like my books. Well, these are ebooks. And I've been trying to convert. I've got duplicates in here I need to get rid of. I've been trying to convert. PDFs don't convert to ebooks cleanly because they're literally opposite formats and there's no way to do it. So it's a bit of a nightmare. Yeah, it's a lot. Soft science fiction, more fantasy. Oh, sorry, what book? Baphomet? What are you talking about? Sorry. No idea. I like a lot, but again, and I'm going to be just adding to this over time. And there's some that are just incredible. But I've got most things in here. Everything Deleuze, Guattari have written, everything. Got a couple duplicates I need to get rid of. Oh, Little Prince. Yeah. Little Prince is, unique. It's special. But all these are worth reading. And then, like I've got Kant Machine from Yaqui, which is an amazing read of what machine learning and AI is. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's good though. So I'm looking forward to being able to do all this. We are going to be skipping a decent amount of this. This is interminably fucking boring. In fact, Zendu, I'm going to let you just exist. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
The same network, Obsidian network. So I have spoken recently with one bishop, Christian Orthodox, and he has said, considering or reading Epstein's files, we are reminded about what our elders, spiritual starets, spiritual authorities wrote during all last decades about the real nature of the West. And this young bishop, he has said, we didn't believe too much. We thought that it is some exaggeration, mystical vision. Maybe the West is not like that. And now, watching, seeing Epstein's file, we see that our elders, authorities, affirming that the West is, modern West is Antichrist, were absolutely right. That is big religious confirmation. So Epstein files are much more than just sexual scandal or sex trafficking, something much more important. That is a very, very persuasive eschatological sign that is read by civilizations, by humanity. If you are like that.
This is Dottie. Here's Dottie. Hi, sweetheart. This is my Dots. We call her Dottie because on her back is one big dot. That's her big spot. She's a ridiculous looking dog. She's a little wishbone looking thing. Love her. It's my sweetheart pup. Yeah. Are you good, Dots? Huh? What are you doing? You went down? She was following me when I was going to the bathroom and back, so I got to give her some love. That's my Dots. Hot Singles in your chat want to send you Jancoin right now. Because I suck at asking for money, I made shitty little pop-ups that pop up randomly for me to get rid of. Fuck.
If it is true that the universe started
the widescreen works.
with a Big Bang and it just expands slowly, then it should expand linearly, okay? But what we see is this. First of all, the universe, it expands weirdly, okay? It's more like this.
No, it's not.
So as it expands, different parts move faster than other parts. That makes no sense. Also, certain galaxies, okay, galaxies, move faster than other galaxies. This makes no sense either.
Yeah.
So
maybe you don't know what you're talking about.
The way that astronomers have explained away these
dark matter, it's going to be dark matter
problems.
It's going to be dark matter.
Use a new concept called dark energy.
God damn it! I wish I didn't understand him. I'm so
most
mad
of the
now.
universe. It's like
so
at
mad
least
I knew
80%.
that. Why did I know
Some
that?
scientists believe it is 90%. So
Why did I
most of
know
the
that?
universe is composed of dark
Fuck.
energy. And of course, you're like, what is dark energy? And the answer
I
is
don't need to know this.
we don't know. Now, dark energy
why did I know
sounds
this?
like we don't see it. That's not what it is. It's we don't know what it is. And quite honestly,
It's not really true, by the way.
It's cheating. Okay?
No, it's
so let me
not.
give you an example. Let's just say you take a math test, and
Oh,
the
God.
teacher asks you 1987 plus 25, and your answer is 20. Okay? That's obviously wrong, right? So your teacher says, this is wrong.
This is
And you say,
incredible.
oh, I know how to fix this. Plus dark energy. Problem solved. Okay? This is like literally what cosmologists are doing with dark energy.
No, it's not.
We don't
Not at
know
all.
what it is, but they say it must be there because otherwise we cannot explain these
No, this is
statistical
not-
inconsistencies
that's
in
not how it
our
works.
measurements and modeling.
It's not.
And then of course
it's
you're
not
like,
that.
well, why don't you just say that the Big Bang Theory is wrong? And they're like, well, we could say that. The problem is we don't have a better model. Well, in fact, there is a better model. The better
No,
model is
there's-
there are different Big Bangs. Okay?
What?
So if you just assume that there are different Big Bangs,
What?
well, this helps us understand what's going on better. But then the question then is, wait a minute, if there are multiple Big Bangs, why are there multiple Big Bangs?
What the shit
So
is
our
happening?
current system
What the
of
fuck?
understanding the universe simply does not work.
What the
And the
But he
problem
figured it
is
out.
that it's become a paradigm, a story that is accepted by most scientists, and they refuse to budge on this issue. Okay, but I'm telling you right now that this system is clearly problematic, and it could be wrong. Okay, so that's a problem with the Big Bang.
High school English teacher. High school English teacher. High school English teacher. Everyone, high school English teacher. That's what we got there. In case you were wondering, that's a high school English teacher explaining why the Big Bang is wrong. The universe is goatsy shaped. Technically, as I understand it, it might be a donut-y type thing through a couple theories. So, goatsy verse. Your kids are seeing you panicked and pain in front of the computer. It's a great example of the internet and human experience. That's probably fair. Dexter also, though. How you doing, Dex? He's a showman. He gets his performativity from me and his mom. So it's not a. He doesn't. He knows. No problem, buddy. Jesus Christ. White hole. I can't believe I fucking called dark energy. I'm actually kind of upset about that myself. Like, I know how he thinks, and that's a problem at this point. I need to stop. I need to stop my jang. I need to stop janging. I really do love. Do you like how excited he is right here? The Doogie. And Jang is and here in Sneeko. Like this. I love
if you tolerate that and zero arrests after all. So that is something wrong with you.
I was going to ask you that question if you.
I've seen that clip before. I might have seen the clip before. I've seen a lot of clips. I might have seen it before. I don't remember seeing it, but I might have. Oh, that made me even sadder. That I'm wasting my life. I'm watching really dumb shit, Dexter. Really dumb shit.
We're going to say that the West is basically the Antichrist because the Catacon is the force resisting against the coming of the Antichrist. So do you believe, two-part question, is the Catacon, is that the Russian Empire? And does that just mean,
what?
Well, going back earlier, I was asking you what are the
What the
solutions
fuck,
for
dude?
the American empire right now, if we're becoming more disillusioned with this war, if people are wondering about the Epstein files, is, in your view, Professor Dugin, is the American empire strictly antichrist evil?
So it always depends. So our Christian doctrine affirms that there is no predestination. There is the freedom. We profoundly believe in freedom of the human soul. So there is some predisposition of history there.
That is, I've read the Bible. That's not a thing.
There are some coincidences in between politics and the spiritual level of the reality, but the human soul, human being, is always free, totally and absolutely free. So if you choose to be Antichrist, you are. If you continue to go this way.
Okay. That's it. We're done. Type away, everyone. Let's see what you do. No one's typing. We need to get, oh, there we go. Better start getting them consonants in there. I need to switch this because I don't want to be watching shit. Jesus Christ, I want to be doing a lot more theory, you motherfuckers. Look at you typing like shit, you assholes. You did this again. Fuck. Oh no. Please be a short video. Truth about Mega, the economy, and the manosphere.
I was tagged in this video.
And that worked. Come on. Also, thank you for the anuses. That popped out there. I'll say and notice next time. So the way it works is consonants, and I probably should flip them because I don't want to do this many reacts. I want to do a lot more theory. I didn't realize 3x vowels is like really overvaluing vowels. I guessed. I failed.
A few days ago. Take a look.
I don't have any research funding to do quantitative service, so you don't have to believe me. But after years of immersing myself nose deep in those brain-rotting internet images and noises, I reached a fairly confident conclusion that American conservative voters no longer care about the economy. What is the most salient societal conflict?
I mean, I agree with this. I think Jordy Kidnotkin has also gone on about how the ultimate thing, and it's Republicans and right-wingers have talked for a long time, as if they ever did, true, but they at least used to pretend. That's what I think he's talking about. Most of my life, Republicans have been these deficit hawks, fighting spending, and we know it's a lie. Republican presidents overspend and go crazy, and then the Republicans demand that Democrats rein it in by austerity programs. It's their fucking project. They've had it for 50 years. It's nothing new. But they used to actually, even if maybe they didn't believe it, they used to say it. I remember like Pat Buchanan, who was, a racist right-wing Republican. I know, sorry for the redundancy, but the thing that he would talk about is he would talk about the economy, and he would talk about it quite passionately. I think they, even if they didn't care, they believed, because you don't need to care to believe. Trump yesterday or today said that he loves inflation. And like, they don't care about they actually go out of their way to say they don't care anymore. I think there's a really good chance that they don't, because I think what he's saying is less trying to psychologize, which I think would be the mistake to sort of read him as that he's saying and psychologizing these people. I don't think that's what he's saying when he says this. I think what he's doing is a slightly different play. He's making the comment, hey, they're not even pretending anymore. Because he started out by talking about how he's going through all of these right-wing views and right-wing things. And that's what he's been sort of ensconced within. He's not talking about being ensconced with Republicans. He's talking about what they post, what they say. They don't care anymore. they don't fucking give a shit. I think there's actually reality to that. I would argue at this point. I think that strikes something very real to me. That is upsetting to say out loud, actually. I don't think they care.
In the present day America, based on the distribution of internet traffic, I believe
Eisenhower would be crazy left. George Herbert Walker Bush would be considered too left wing, which is fucking wild. George W. Bush, the one who took us to Iraq and everything, he would be considered too left because he actually cared about education programs and funding them. He believed in the use of government. Like, that's crazy to me. It's a really interesting phrasing, but I really like how he's starting this. This could be a very interesting video.
it's a conflict between men who can't handle being single and women who won't put up with shitty partners. Their conflict totally overshadows the traditional economic camps.
This is a guy named Huey Lee. He has a PhD in political science from the University of California at Davis. I've never heard of this guy. He wrote a book called Dividing the Rulers: How Majority Cycling Saved Democracy. But it's an interesting thesis he has. So I wondered if it's true. Based on internet traffic, as in what people want to talk about or hear or read what others have to say about it, the real issue that American conservatives have with the state of our nation is that not enough men have the ability to exploit the labor of a woman by means of marriage and children. And women vote primarily to protect themselves from men and that exploitation. So let's talk about it. Before we get started, you know what to do. Love or hate? Like and share, because the algorithm does not care.
And
American conservatives do care about the economy. They do. That is the annoying little factual obstacle standing in the way of this thesis on its face. Polling is very clear on that point. In October 2024, Gallup found that the economy ranked as the most important issue influencing registered voters' presidential choice, with 52% saying it was extremely important and another 38% saying it was very important. Pew Research found something similar. About 81% of registered voters said the economy would be very important to their 2024 presidential vote. But that does not mean the economy is always about the economy. When American conservative voters say they care about the economy, they're often talking about something broader than wages, prices, jobs, housing, healthcare, or material security. They're talking about a social order. They are talking about who deserves comfort, who deserves authority, who deserves sympathy, who is talking too much, who is being rewarded unfairly, and who has lost the status that they believe they were promised. In that sense, the economy becomes the respectable public language for a much deeper anxiety.
my initial reaction is to agree with this, which means I need to take a second. One of the things we've been doing in our other readings, today we did Klosowski. I've done a lot of Klosowski today, so there's no way it's not going to be running through my brain. Klosowski's big push in an understanding of semiotics, the way communication functions, is the way that the impulses of life sort of work against each other, cancel each other out, and then whatever that's doing creates an image. We have an image that is obsessional, that isn't able to be spoken, that is personal and singular to that moment. We then take that and we find a way to exchange it into or create language around it. We speak to the thing. It's not from that. The phantasm doesn't produce the thing, but the simulacra, which is the thing. But the words that are spoken, are in the code of everyday signs. They're language we've learned, and we only have the language we've learned. My kids growing up, one of the biggest things to remember if you're ever around children is to understand that they have emotions as complex as yours, period. But they only say they're happy or sad or hurt or mad or angry or hate or whatever because they don't have the language yet. They haven't been taught the language or learned the code of everyday signs to that level. So it seems like they have simpler emotions. They fucking don't. So then what happens is we learn those languages. We speak. And when we speak, we're speaking to the code of everyday signs, the language that we know in order to give voice to this thing, which immediately betrays us, but it is what it is. It is disconnected from anything vital. However, on the other side of that, it's not a one-to-one exchange. It isn't that you're putting out the simulacra, I see simulacra and I do the reverse. It's actually far more than that. That simulacra directly interacts with my impulses. It is impinged immediately in that. There's not a one-to-one exchange. When you speak, the words you speak are disconnected from your impulses, but they're directly connected to mine. So when people speak about the economy, you have your own reaction to it. You have your own connection to this thing. When they do that, you're immediately responding to it. But what they're doing is searching for words to give voice to the phantasm. The idea that when people say the economy in a world of capitalism that we live in, which I'm very hesitant to disagree with what she's saying here, what they're saying, because they're not economists, these aren't theory heads, that the dudes, people talk to people with clipboards in the most basic ways that there are, or they lie to them. So what's your biggest thing? Here's the 12 things. Immigration, blah, blah. Oh, the economy. Because the economy is, to them, the closest they have to that word that expresses all of these things. Because they want to express all of them at once, but they don't have the ability to. They haven't been given the words. They're children. And the economy is the word that they've been given for that. I like the way of thinking through this. I agree with this, and I don't disagree at all.
The waning of the old hierarchy. That's why economic complaints on the right so easily collapse into immigration panic, anti-feminism, anti-trans rhetoric, resentment.
Wasn't the whole economy chestnut, the whole disassembling via the Southern strategy? Some people were aware of the way that this worked, and they can't, I'm not going to use the quote, but the guy who did the Southern strategy said, we can't walk around saying anymore. So instead we say forced busing, economic issues, taxation, blah, 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 equality and education. These things are signifiers, but it's not that they meant racist things. It's that baked into them was the insecurity felt by the white underclass. This is okay so far. This is all right.
Towards wokeness, hostility to DEI
Lee
programs,
Atwater, yeah.
and fantasies of restored masculine authority.
This is one of the things, if you watch, I love Majority Report. I don't give a fuck. Sam Cedar's awesome. Sam Cedar was on Surrounded. And when he was on Surrounded, you got to actually see these people talk about, because they're idiots. Conservatives are all idiots. They're amazing, but they have no concept of how the world works. One of them said to Sam, and was talking about how they got rid of DEI programs. And it's like, what does DEI mean? And if you get any of them, they're like, what does it mean? They say things like, oh, it means you get tax breaks if you hire a certain number of black people. Fucking nothing exists like that. That doesn't exist as a thing, nor has it in my lifetime in any part of the government or private industry. It's not a thing. But they're certain that's what DEI means. Because again, they're dumb. And so they attach all of this stuff together. It's really incredible.
These are not separate grievances. They are different doors that lead into the same house. The cleaner, more precise version.
And I think Sunday just went over this on stream. The economics means how the house is. I mean, it literally means the status of the house. The economy is about how your ecosystem is doing. That's why it works. It caters to all these things because it's about these things. Like to say it's not about the way that you're getting treated at work or what it means to have a job or that you don't have this money or that. That's economics is about. Fundamentally, it's the status of the house. Yeah, oikonomics, which makes me sound terrible when I say it like that, but that is the idea.
Of
the deposition of the Doge boys. Fuck. I'll just tell you to go to Some More News. If you don't know Some More News, Google Some More News. Cody and Katie are brilliant, and the people they have write it are amazing. I adore them. They're also super nice people in person, by the way. Good people. The latest video they did was about Republicans having to deal with people who actually know their shit. The Doge Boys go through, they go through a lot of people, but they go through the Doge Boys bullshit, where they're like actually asked by someone who really knows their stuff. Fucking destroyed them. It fucking destroyed them. It's the most embarrassing thing you've ever seen. These people who are supposedly intelligent, who supposedly they're idiots. What they did is they went in straight up and they just searched programs for black, and they just flagged all of those. Control F, black, fuck them all. They didn't look at any, they didn't care about anything. They're racists. And they couched it in a lot of language. And the moment they're called on it, they crumble like a fucking house of cards because they're stupid. Again, they're really fucking stupid people. I think one of my favorites was, what is DEI? He asked the one guy, what is DEI, like 10 times. And the guy's like, it's whatever was in the executive order. No, what do you understand it to be? I would refer to what's in the no, what do you actually understand it to be? It's what's in the executive order. And by the way, DEI is a program. If you don't know, spread the news because it's really important. DEI in the government and the requirement of it that the government had in total never goes beyond this, doesn't exist beyond this one thing. If there is a job that exists in your department, you have to advertise it in places that are not where you normally would only advertise it. You have to go beyond that and advertise that that job exists elsewhere. There's no requirements on the number of people of any disability. None of that shit existed. It's all lies. It's lies. Did not exist. Did not happen. So that's what they got rid of, is the ability for it to be posted in places that weren't just the normal white colleges. Fucking gross as fuck. These people are idiots.
Huey Lee's thesis is this: American conservatism still talks about the economy, but its emotional center of gravity is grievance. And in the current online attention,
I don't like the term grievance politics. I would prefer to say resentment. I mean, I straight up go right to that. I think it's grievance is what people tend to mean when they say that, but I tend to want to be more specific. The resentment as a category is the thing. Human beings are beautiful creatures with an unbounded energy and creative force. When that creative force has nowhere to go, when it is belittled and shrunken and forced and repressed and pushed into places, people find a use for the energy. I've said it a bunch. If you don't find a use for energy, you will find a use for your energy. And that is tending to be in the reactive state, where energy, when blocked, folds almost back on itself, recognizing itself, hitting itself. And in that space, considers this thing and becomes resentment. Isn't resentment just pussy shit for beta, cause for bad and dumb and best? No, Raven Echo. Resentment is something you experience too. We all do. But our politics aren't based around it. That's the difference. The politics of the Republican Party are fundamentally about resentment.
Economy. One of the...
Except for the part where they want to hide fucking kids. That's not really resentment. They just really like fucking kids because they're gross pieces of shit billionaires. What can I say?
Loudest and most politically useful grievances is the conflict between...
You know what you don't see in the Epstein files? Poor people who do that. Isn't that weird? Just saying.
Men who experience women's independence as abandonment, and women who no longer see male partnership as worth tolerating disrespect, exploitation, or control. So it's not that conservative voters literally do not care.
It's like slave morality. I don't know if you're making fun of me at this point. Very strange.
Care about the economy, because they clearly do. The argument is that their economic concerns are frequently filtered through cultural resentment. Sure, they care about prices.
Well, there we go. Okay, so we agree. Fuck me. I like that. Came back around.
But they also care about who they believe has been allowed to move ahead of them. They care about jobs, but they also care about whether their social position still comes with automatic deference. They care about inflation, but they also care about whether the world still feels organized around them.
The difficulty of this language is she's specifically speaking to people who are not, I would think, are not people who are ensconced in being white. one of the challenges of this is, she's not wrong. First, let me say she's not wrong, but the language of it and how it hits is going to hit different people differently. As a white person, one of the things that's really weird is deference and understanding it and seeing it. If you're a dude, same thing. The defaultness, I would say defaultness. The internet is symptomatic of this. The default person online is the white dude, and so you see that a lot. It's assumed. So that default state, when it's not there, it feels weird because the default, the assumption is this thing, and there is a disordinate sort of experience when it comes to it's hard to explain and hard to talk about. When you are the default in media, for example, go watch porn in VR from the position of someone who has a different colored body than you, and see how uncomfortable and weird that shit is. That's the difference. That's the experience of when you're a white person who just life is what it is. And you like the 90s were awesome and you lived in middle-class suburbia and things were pretty cool. And as far as you know, the world was really great. That is a thing that changes. That's the challenge. That's the shift. That thing changes and suddenly you're not centered. You can react to this in a lot of different ways. It didn't really happen in the 90s. My specific situation is really unique because I experienced really fucked up trauma at a weird level that put me in a space of otherness that made me look at things very different. Very different. But that experience of a thing is a thing. I remember being a teenager and it's like confusing for a moment. And it's like, I can't embody that. I don't see that person as my thing. Most people can't. This is that thing, that discordance is such an odd emotional thing for people to feel. This is so dumb. And what is happening? Raven, what are you doing? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we're not doing that shit. What's your quick take about the mixtape game and the discourse about it? I don't know that. I am not a child. There's not enough. I don't know the things that are recurring. Not enough of a connoisseur to ever come across blacktop VR. Well, you need to spend a lot more time in a VR headset. We were doing, when I was at Starbreeze, we were doing a lot of Star VR stuff and they were working on, like, pornography was a big center for a lot of VR. It ended up being nothing, but it's just such a strange thing to literally embody someone and then it's not the same. It just doesn't work the same. Things are very different. Different for sure. Just very different. And so like her language is correct. The challenge is that, and this is one of the things that I think is important to remember, the language she's using while being correct, and she is doing the same thing. She's speaking to finding words, and she's very good at it for the way that the impulses deal with the phantoms that generate these things, but they're going to hit out the other side, and white people are going to hear it, and she doesn't have to care about this. It's not her fucking job, but I'm a white person, my job. The challenge is going to be how that lands and how people can hear it in a way that makes them go, hey, let me consider it for a moment. Let me think through this. It's a really interesting thing. I'm not going to go into detail. I love you people. I've not done any of those things. I've just seen the videos and it's wild. It's a wild, weird moment. It's a thing that's called teledildonics. That's a fucking thing. And there are companies that are, yeah. All I'll say is CES used to be, once upon a time, it used to be a floor right below, before tech became the biggest thing in the last decade. It used to be right below the adult awards and the adult convention at the same time. It was hilarious.
White men, basically. This is clear in Gallup's issue tracking. In March 2024, when Americans were asked to name the most important problem facing the country, 52% of Republicans named immigration as the nation's top problem. That was not a small side concern. Yep. It was their dominant, unprompted answer. Later that year, Gallup found that 35% of Republicans and Republican-leaning independents named the economy as the most important factor in their presidential vote, compared with only 7% of Democrats and Democratic-leaning independents. That combination matters. The conservative voter is not simply saying, I'm worried about my grocery bill. What they're really saying is, I am worried the country is being taken from people like me.
I'm worried my place in the household is no longer held. 100%. Like that's very much I have had a place, but I have a place. This is my place. What happens if I don't have my place here? I have all this stuff and these things. This is my place. What am I going to do?
Immigration, inflation, housing, crime, gender politics, race, and national identity, all these things get braided together into one emotional narrative of displacement. This is how reactionary politics works. They're not going to straight up just say, I miss being dominant. Instead, they're going to say things like, everything is too expensive.
I want to, just in case she doesn't mean it, because she's right. They're not going to come out and say it. The reason they're going to come out and say it is because that's not how they think of it. They don't think I want to be dominant because again, they don't have the language for that. It's one of those things like there occasionally are right-wing people who speak their language and speak that truth because they've been taught that language and they're comfortable with it. But there's a reality that enough people who are Republican and voted for Trump, they'll say they're not racist. And they won't say, I hate blacks, I hate Mexicans, I hate immigrants, blah, blah, blah. They'll use euphemisms, but it's not because they're trying to be clever. They're not. They're not clever. It's because this is as far as their theory goes. They've not read the books that she's clearly read. They've not read the books I've read. They've not talked about these things. They've not dealt with them. They didn't go to the same, like there's a reason these people hate fucking colleges because that gives you vocabulary. Vocabulary gives you a new way to talk about things and new words to use for it that complicate the way that the impulses operate. And they make it a lot more difficult to sort of say certain things without knowing, oh, wait, that's the thing. Like, for example, you kids, the N-word. Did you know that's not always been a thing? Like, did you know that? Like, up until I was 15, people did not say that. They would just, or they'd say it. Because that was not a popularized vocabulary for things. The O.J. Simpson, fucking what a weird world we live in. So Naked Gun comes out and this football player's in it and then he decides to murder his wife. That's the series of events. And in that trial, there was this racist guy who said the N-word a lot. And they couldn't say it on because they're on television. They can't just say it. They would have said the thing any other time in the world. A trial that was not on TV a month before, they would have fucking just had him say, did you say this? He'd say, yeah, blah. He'd say the word, but he didn't because he's on TV. So they had him say the N-word as a phrase. That phrase became the thing. And now people say the N-word instead of the word, which is kind of not super cool, but also super amazingly uncomfortable, but also saying the word. You're just saying the word. Just say the word. You're just saying it anyway, because you're kind of referring to it, aren't you? Like there's complexity in all of this, but that thing is because words become cultural common motifs that we have and we share that exist at this level of the code of everyday signs. But if we don't have access to those words, we don't have that we can speak to. And it's a really extraordinary sort of thing to break down as you get more words, as you have that thing, as you read Proust, as you read fucking Dahlgren. You want even more words, go read Ulysses and make your way through it. I dare you. The words you come out with and the references and all of that, the meme culture comes from this. Your ability to speak to things or voice what the impulses are and give voice to phantasms in a way that people can digest and then directly interfaces with them, it enlarges, it grows. And again, there's a reason you see the most educated and learned people tend to be people who are on the liberal/left or whatever. They still have their investments. You're never getting away from that. But the investments get placed into words that are more complicated and problematize the simplicity of the reactionary view. There's a reason they hate fucking college and education. It's really amazing. Sorry for the ramble, but I really, there's a really thoughtful essay and I want to make sure I'm adding to it.
No one wants to work anymore. Masculinity is under attack. Women have become too picky. Immigrants are taking everything. The elites care more about them.
So my favorite response to the immigrants are taking our jobs thing, Doug Stanhope, who lives on the border, he lives in Bisbee, Arizona. He's a comedian. And he has this bit and he goes, they're taking your jobs? I've seen them. They don't speak any English. They have one shoe and they're covered in dirt and mud. If that guy's taking your job, don't be super excited, buddy. Like, this is not how this works. And he's right. He's spot on right.
Than they do about us. That one's actually true. But by elites, I mean billionaires. When they say elites, they mean college professors living on the Upper West Side in Manhattan. That's not the same group, just FYI. The genius of right-wing politics is that it can take 10 different resentments and combine them into one betrayal. The manosphere is the clearest example of this process. At first glance, the manosphere looks like a dating problem. Men can't get dates. Men are lonely. Men feel sexually rejected. Men believe women's standards are unrealistic. But that's just the entry point. The politics come later, when those personal frustrations are converted into a world view. A man starts out with, women don't choose me. Then the algorithm sends him, women only want high status men. Next thing you know, it becomes feminism made women entitled. Then it moves to liberal society hates men.
The same process I'm talking about, the code of everyday signs, the words that a person's given. Again, a child doesn't have simple emotions. They have simple words for complex emotions. When you're given words, they represent those images. And they play, when you hear those words, they play directly on the impulses and you're given new words to use and you move towards them. That she's spot on. But this is the process is the same thing. As you're given the words, instead of the vast mass amount of words you can be given in critical theory or real thought or thinking through things at college or other shit that you go through or with people who disagree with you, which is the big win, by the way. People who disagree with you is the most important thing you can have. If you have just the same things repeating and then adding a layer, you will rabbit the fuck hole yourself into shit. And that's what 100% the manosphere does. She's spot on.
Then it inevitably becomes the West is collapsing because women have too much freedom. That's the pipeline, the red pill to alt-right pipeline that everyone's been talking about.
This video is doing a lot of Americans do, missing the point. Hey, be nice to Americans. Total social atomization and hustle culture is the thing causing a lot of this. Well, then I would argue you're missing the point because then it's capitalism.
Evidence for the scale of this ecosystem isn't just anecdotal. Researchers studying the manosphere analyzed.
Ooh, fake fly on the screen. Oh, I kind of like that. I might take that. I like that.
28.8 million posts across 6 forums and 51 subreddits and found that older, somewhat milder red pill-ish communities like pickup artists and men's rights activists have increasingly given way to more extreme communities like incels and men going their own way. The same research found substantial migration of active users and concluded that newer manosphere communities were more toxic and more misogynistic than the older ones.
That would make sense. I'm sure she's going to go into it, but welcome to any community. Hey, I'm here because I like music. Awesome. 2 weeks later, fuck you. I like retro pop, J-pop punk, lo-fi techno bangers. Fuck you. I like retro J-punk profile retro bangers, nouveau. Like that. The nature of these things is towards specificity. The paranoiac pole. Again, the use of the words to trying to get to the specific thing and demand out of yourself that you can speak to this obsessional image that never will. It will always be betrayed. by the words you use, but we can't help that. We love that. We adore it.
They're getting worse. Another large study looking at Reddit and YouTube.
Yeah, Matt, exactly. There's a new metal subgenre every 5 minutes. I have fucked up by calling things heavy metal or death metal, and people are like, really? Really? I don't know if that's death metal. I mean, it's more, and it's like, God damn it.
Found substantial overlap between manosphere audiences and alt-right audiences. The researchers found that members of some manosphere communities, especially men's rights activists, were more likely than comparison groups to gradually engage with alt-right content. That is the political significance. The manosphere is not merely men complaining about dating. It is the bridge between private disappointment and reactionary politics. And the reason this works is because dating is one of the most intimate places where social change becomes emotionally undeniable. It's sitting right there across the table from you. The woman you're out on a date with that's telling you that she just got approved for a mortgage for a 4-bedroom house when you're still living in your mom's basement. You can tell a man that women are equal, and he may agree with you in theory. You can tell him that women have jobs, degrees, our own money, apartments, friend groups, sex toys, group chats, and the ability to leave them if they so desire. And most of them will nod along. But when he goes on a dating app and the women that he wants do not want him back, suddenly feminism stops being an abstract political movement and becomes a personal injury. Yeah, all that feminism, that's okay for women generally, but not my woman. Many, many left-leaning men also think this way, by the way.
Pseudo-leftist, but she's right. It is. It's right. She's right. But it's pseudo. Again, there's no such thing as a left, but the people she's talking about and who she's referring to, you know who she means.
The grievance isn't simply that men are single. Plenty of people are single. The grievance is that women are single on purpose.
It is gross that women do that. It is gross that women do that. They need to learn that. They need to, don't they know their place?
That is what makes the current gender conflict so volatile. Pew found in 2020 that single men were far more likely than single women to be looking for dates or relationships. 61% of...
Imagine wanting to control someone else. Imagine being raised and built in a way that you were controlled always by these other people. And then you exist in the world in a way that is alien to you because you don't have control of other people. That's more it. People are built out of their conditions. That's the reality of it. We don't come from nothing. People are built, especially in white hetero households, especially in the last 50 years, as properties of the parents. You are property. A bunch of you who are here know this. That's it. And yeah, it's cliche as fuck, but it's the right line. Hurt people, hurt people. Also, Bullet Train is an incredibly underrated movie. But boys growing up are under the dominion of the father in American households. Not even slightly joking, not even a thing. It's the way it's done. You can go to the fucking park and hang out and have a cigarette or whatever and sit, have lunch, and just watch how parents interact with their kids. Thankfully, often you will see you will see a kid do something and the dad smack him in the back of the head because he's being a dumbass. That thing then gets carried forward. That repeated behavior and experience is carried forward. The child is learning about the social world. They're invested in these very same things. And then when they get out in that world, they see that, they feel it. And when it isn't, what happens? It's horrifying. And it makes no sense. And that loss is anger. That's what they feel. That loss of that thing, that groundlessness where they don't know what to do next. It is anger. And it becomes anger. This is the path, by the way. This is not like a thing. This is the path.
Single men said they were looking compared with 38% of single women. That gap tells us something important. A large share of single women are not experiencing singlehood as an emergency. They might want love, companionship, sex, or even partnership, but they're not treating a man as the missing ingredient that makes their lives legitimate. This is a historic, seismic, tectonic shift, you guys. I mean, we're kind of used to it now. And so a lot of times I feel like we don't recognize just how big of a deal this is for society.
It's literally the first time in the history of mankind. And don't listen to the primitivists who are like, oh, it used to be this. No, what didn't go read books. This is a fucking huge goddamn deal. She's right.
Because for most of American history, heterosexual marriage was not just a romantic institution. It was an economic arrangement. I would argue that it's still an economic arrangement. It was a legal structure, a social requirement, and a survival strategy. Women needed men in practical ways because the law, the labor market, religion, and social norms made independence difficult, dangerous, or impossible.
It made I would go one further. It made independence unattractive. The thing to remember is it's not that every woman is like dying to get out into the world and always has been. It's the natural state of women or men. We're again built. The being on your own, the doing your own thing is attractive in some ways and then horrifyingly unattractive in others. And that is a thing that still carries through, I think, to this day. For women, for men, for all of us. It's again about the physical repulsion or attraction that is happening to any of those things at a time. It's a lot.
Y'all, the entire point of patriarchy was to make male partnership a necessity for women. But when women gain economic independence, sexual freedom.
I disagree with that. Patriarchy's point, like assuming it has a point, I would kind of wonder how that works. We live in an anachronistic time where societies through time, because of the biological and conditioned ways that tribal societies existed and how they operated and how power differentials existed inside of survival-based systems, put a lot of people in dependent and counter-dependent sort of ways that is carried through in really horrifying realities for us. That it's not that patriarchy's goal is that. Patriarchy doesn't have a goal. Patriarchy is the system that we're within. It's like when you hear people talk about, do they believe in postmodernism or I'm not a postmodernist. It's like, that doesn't matter. Postmodernism is the status of late stage capitalism and diagnosing it. It's not that people are postmodern. It's not that people are in patriarchy or that they're for patriarchy. Patriarchy is the superstructure at work.
Legal rights, educational access, reproductive control, and social permission to leave bad relationships, that bargain changes. Suddenly, a man has to be worth the trouble. And honestly, most men are not worth the trouble.
See, that's turning. This is turning weird. That's turning.
And that is the part that the manosphere cannot.
Most women aren't worth the trouble, by the way, too. Just saying, most people aren't worth the trouble. Women are kind of shitty too. People are shitty, and we're all filled with flaws. And I don't like this is. I don't like the language.
Not tolerate. The most revealing thing about red pill ideology is not that it thinks that women are shallow. It is that it sees women's autonomy as a problem to be solved.
That's not what it does at all. That's not how that works. And do you think it's like Master Control and Tron or some shit? Dexter? Fuck. Hey. Okay, good. Goddamn. I have a problem with this. People are a wonder given the chance. Wonders can be when I say people aren't worth it, like this is one of those things like the idea that men aren't worth it, most men aren't worth it, is a weird gotcha because that's not how you should be valuing things? Or is this man worth it? That's fucked up. How about, do I love this person? How about that? How about that? Why isn't that the thing? And then going, oh, this love is dangerous for me or problematic. That's its own thing. But like, people are individuals. This is weird.
Women's standards have to be lowered. Women's independence must be mocked. Women's age must be weaponized. Women's sexuality must be shamed. Women's refusal to...
No, it's not to that end. These things are meant to be mocked and upset and played at, because the nature of, again, to go back to your original point, which is what I would hope you would stick with, men have a groundlessness that they're experiencing when they go into a world and they aren't in charge. And by doing so and reacting the way they do, because as you said, it's reactive, it's built-in resentment, their statements then become about bringing the good back to this thing. And the good is anything that gets them back to that position. And so in return, like, the idea that like all women being strong is the smartest, best thing. No, like, relationships are mutual, partnerships. They're fundamentally that. This is very strange language for all of this.
To engage with men must be pathologized. Every major...
If you don't think men's relationship with women is pathologized, I'm not even sure, like, do you think men like have all the autonomy? Is this like that communist critique of capitalism where they're like, oh, Bill Gates has 100% agency and I just wish we had that agency. I just wish I was a billionaire.
Red pill concept is an attempt to make women afraid of freedom. The Wall tells women that they expire at a certain age. Hypergamy tells...
She's dragging a red pill by engaging in realism with its framing. Reminded me of Kidology. I don't know who that is. Oh, wait. Yes. Kidology. Like a few years. That's, she hasn't been around in a long time. Yeah, I mean, this is the same. It is that argument within capitalism where it's like, oh, rich people can do whatever they want. I just wish enough of us were rich too. And then you'd be fine with it. It's red pill for women. It's, if you didn't know, incel started as a woman thing. Like, there's a reason for this. This is there's a universality to this that is being completely missed, and a way that these things come out of not intentionality. Like, if you think these manosphere douchebags are smart enough in thinking about this, like, how do we subjugate women, instead of just, hey, how do I get rewarded by capital and do this thing? Yeah, a woman's internalized hustle culture. She has, like, it's not uncommon. It's upsetting, but it is a thing.
Men that women are gold diggers and capable of loyalty. Body count tells women that sexual autonomy makes them damaged.
Unless you're a normal dude and you're like, hey, boy, I hope you fucked enough guys because I really want you to be good in bed and have a good time, because sex is a skill that you gain over time. It's like, hey, I want to play in a band. Okay, cool. Hey, guitarist, have you ever played a song before? Get the fuck out. That's not like, you want good sex and fun sex.
High value men tells women that they should compete for male approval. And passport bro culture tells women that they can be replaced at any time by poorer, younger, more economically vulnerable women elsewhere in.
But that's the kind, like, there's so many layers to that statement. Have you ever seen the guys who are passport bros? Like, passport bro culture, if that's, this is universalizing all of the bad behavior of men and talking about it in that way that, like, it's all men. It's very strange.
In the world. Male loneliness epidemic discourse in its most reactionary form tells women that men's unhappiness is their responsibility. This isn't just dating advice. This is a political project.
Your partner's happiness is your responsibility to a point. Like, if you love someone, take care of them, help them through life. That is all we have. We only have those people who will help us through life. That's it. Just Jesus Christ.
This is why every time J.D. Vance got up to give a speech on any of these related issues, he sounded like Joe Rogan or Chris Williamson or Scott Galloway. This is the red pill
Scott Galloway? That's not a name I've heard put into that group before. Scott Galloway. I would not put him in that group. Scott Galloway. I'm so confused by that.
Presidency we're living in right now. And that political project fits neatly inside modern conservatism because modern
Scott Galloway isn't even slightly conservative. I'm very confused by that.
conservatism is also organized around the politics of restoration. Restore the border, restore law and order, restore the family, restore masculinity, restore tradition, restore the nation, restore the old bargain where men were heads of households, women were grateful, whiteness was centered, queerness was hidden.
All right, this is now bullshit. This is now bullshit. If you think that there is one sec, let me see if I can find it. It's my favorite Onion headline. This is we're going to play this about, I don't care if I get struck for it because this is how I feel that she thinks the world works. And I'm done here. Done here. Token keeps expiring. I got to figure out how to extend that or auto renew it ideally. Annoying.
I voted for Donald Trump. I voted for Trump because I thought he'd create a better America for everyone. But after reading 800 or so pages on queer feminist theory, I realize now just how much I've been duped. You gotta understand,
this is one of the best videos The Onion's ever done. And this is what I feel like she thinks the world's like.
Come from a small steel town in Pennsylvania. If I had known the foundational texts on intersectional theory, I would have never chanted,
Oh, 7:15 is not enough. Good try, Bob.
lock her up, lock her up.
Lock her up! Lock her up!
We were told Hillary Clinton was the enemy. But it's clear now that the true enemy is a patriarchal, capitalistic society that maintains its ascendance by making powerful and ambitious women appear threatening, only to protect my status in a system purposefully designed to benefit cishet white men like myself. Jesus.
His delivery is so good. His delivery is so fucking good. Jesus. So good.
When Donald Trump said he would make America great again, it's obvious to me now that he was only trying to play off my own complicity and comfort in an unequal social structure that disproportionately strips women and minorities, particularly trans and genderqueer people of color, of their autonomy and seeks to subjugate them to an invertebrate and intentionally antagonistic andocratic order. I get that now after I attended a gender-fluid, non-binary poetry slam at Swarthmore. A couple of other guys from work attended it too, and now it's all we talk about on the line. I like Trump because I thought he tells it like it is. But you know who really tells it like it is? Judith Butler. Gender is not
This fucking got notes in it. I fucking love this video so much.
to culture as sex is to nature. Gender is also the discursive, cultural means by which sexed nature, or a natural sex, is produced and established as predecursive prior to culture, a politically neutral surface on which culture acts. If I had just known that back in
The smug look, it's so fucking good.
November, I would have never voted for Trump. God, how could I have been so stupid?
This is God damn it. Literally typing it as I'm saying it. I'll just read. Mortazo nails it. Unironically, what Kamala Harris thought was going to happen. This is unironically what these people think happens. That, oh, this is such a fucking amazing video. God, shit. Thank you, Cindy.
This man is named Larry Silverstein, and he is both the dumbest and the luckiest businessman in the world. he's the stupidest businessman in the world because 6 weeks before 9/11, he buys the lease to the World Trade Center.
Why is that stupid?
Okay? Why is that stupid? Because the World Trade Center has asbestos, like a dangerous chemical.
Holy
shit. So they
shit.
had to clean or remove the asbestos. The problem is the cost of removing all that asbestos would have been more than the value of the Twin Towers. That's kind of stupid, okay? Why
So
would you
he
lease
bought
the Twin
them to
Towers
destroy them and
knowing
kill a
that
bunch
you
of
have to
people?
put all this money into renovation, which would bankrupt you?
These fucking people.
Also, what's stupid is to have the lease, you're required to have insurance. Okay? And so the insurance company says, we value the World Trade Center at $1.5 billion, okay? And Larry Silverstein says, no, it's not $1.5 billion. They are worth $3.5 billion. So he is asking to pay more insurance than he needed to. That's kind of stupid. But again, he's the luckiest man in the world because 9/11 happened, and guess what? He can now claim that 2 towers were struck, and therefore he should get twice as much as 3.55 million. He should get 7 billion. And he sued, they went to court, and he got 4.55 billion. Okay? He's also lucky because he's a workaholic, he never misses work, but that day, because of a dermatology appointment, he had to miss work. He wasn't there when 9/11 happened.
I retract my thank you. That was terrible. I haven't heard that shit in a long time. That's really bad shit. It's really bad shit. All right, let me make sure I take off. Let me take off this video, make sure we don't go through it again. Because I really don't want to visit this video again. So we're about to do another random thing. That gets to be removed. I'm so happy that fucking garbage gets taken out finally. But that goes away too. Good. All right. All right, everyone. Consonants. Choose theory. Please go theory. Please go theory. Vowels. Vowels. Go video. V and V. I thought it was clever. Get to typing. No one's typing. You fucking stop. All of you stop. There we go. See, fucking, I need to, goddamn. Watch again. God damn it. I mean, it's not like I have questions, but convinced it was orchestrated by the Bush admin. Jesus. Oh no, I didn't refresh it. Shit. Oh God.
I guess I'm not so worried about what the audience is going to do with the information because I think I have a responsible way of.
This is yeah, you're going to hear me get personal here, by the way. Just so you know.
Conveying it. And unfortunately, there are going to be some nut jobs in the audience who are going to take things a little far sometimes. I avoid that. You know, I don't like those people. I don't support them in whatever they're going to do. I don't want anybody, you know, having a subscribe to PewDiePie situation in my name. But unfortunately, there are nut jobs out there that are going to, you know, take whatever you say and run with it and misinterpret whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
On January 22nd,
This is not going to be not possible to become emotional for me, just so you know. So just be ready.
2025, a 17-year-old opened fire in the cafeteria of Antioch High School in Nashville, Tennessee. He killed one student, Jocelyn Correa Escalante, injured another, and then killed himself. His 51-page manifesto laid bare the life of an angry, abused, socially isolated teenager who wrote that he was ashamed to be black due to being immersed in accelerationist white supremacist ideology. He was affiliated with far-right cybercriminal networks like 764 and Telegram and spoke about Jews.
I'm not in the mood. Since it's Zendu. Hey, Zendu, do you care if I just say fuck it and we do the next one? Or do you want to do it? Because this is a... Here, let me answer it for you. I can answer this video very simply. The online space that is more active, that people tend to find conflict more and be able to define themselves more, is drama space. Drama and reaction content are necessarily mocking. They're pushing out into the world. This is one of the things people don't get about Graham Plattner, by the way. People who want to see the world change, they want to do something. It's a thrust that they have that's slightly bigger than themselves. They want to see something in the world change because of them. And again, they don't have a lot of options. You think, oh, they have a million options. Yeah, everyone only has the options they know of and that they can vocalize. Again, a child doesn't have simple emotions. They have simple words. That's how it works. Thank you for sending money so I ate more than ramen. Although I do like ramen. Plattner and a lot of people who are soldiers, by the way, in America too, and sorry, this is not very whatever leftist of me. They do so for a handful of reasons, but part of it is that they want to go out and exert change in the world. Whether that's out of anger or whatever, I don't give a fuck. I'm not talking about that. But like the people who are able to or define themselves by changing the world or going out and doing it, they find themselves in a lot of places because the world is one to be changed. They don't like it. They want it to change. They do so through anger, frustration, violence. It tends to be the only voice that most people are given to vote to have change happen. Why do you think crime happens in poor communities? Same thing. The move to do that versus the inward move of the same type of people, the same dominion of humans who resist that externalization, turn inward to drugs. They turn inward to self-harm. They turn inward to these things that put them in a different spot. This push, this internal nightmare that exists online is an internal push that ends up becoming external. And that happens through reaction content. So you find more people who are attracted to those things that are connected and attracted to those things. That's it. And so it's the same reason that once upon a time it was doom in video games, or you'd see people, they're all into writing manifestos. Yes, that's how that works. Prior to Columbine, a very common thing you'd see would be Catcher in the Rye as a book. It was a common thing amongst assassins and shooters of famous people. It's not because the book made them do it. That's how dumb people think about things. Media doesn't make people do things. People are attracted to media because the configuration of it is attractive to them. And that is more telling of that process. How do we address it in an actionable way? As I've said, and I will say about school shootings forever, if we never have another one, we didn't solve the problem. That's not how the problem's solved. If we stop every school shooter before he does it, we've technically not had school shootings, but we've still failed that kid. We've still created a society and a world in which that kid felt that this was an appropriate outcome, or that this was the way out, or the only way, or this was the only words and thing he could reach for. And just like the child with the word who says sad, but they really mean longing, or they say hate, but they really mean frustration, because they don't know these words. So too are they not being taught words. This is a failure of us as a society. We need to make people better through teaching and education. That's it. And success. We need to give people a chance to be things, and everyone deserves a chance to be whatever they fucking are. That's it. That's all of it. It's all of it. It's not even that interesting of a thing. It's very basic sociology. But everyone has their theory because they've got their shit they hate. I don't like Ethan Klein. I don't like this. I don't like video games. I'll never forget. I was in Like there were so many times where it was like blamed on this or these people. And I was in a fucking, where was I? CBS, I think. And this guy was like, who was it? It wasn't 60 Minutes. It was the other one, not CBS's. It was ABC's Primetime, I think. And he was like, oh, we heard they like Marilyn Manson and a Sane Clown Posse. We're going to be doing a story on that. And I just told him I like lied and said, yeah, they didn't actually listen to that. So you shouldn't do that. He's like, oh, so he gave me all of the CDs. Because it's stupid. It's what stupid people think all of this is caused by. It's just dumb. It's just dumb.
Muslims, women, and...
But we're not doing that video. So let me take it out. Because that's shit. I hope it lands on Vibe OS. That's like my favorite one. I really want to do that one. But we're doing dumb content today, so be it. Get ready to type. Are you ready to type? Hope you're ready to type. Type words now. I need to change this so much. Vowels are not worth 3x. I thought because there's a third as many, but they're used actually far more often. Very frustrating. Are there? I'm not doing Anarch. Sorry. Fork, you fucking people. Rayon wannabe. There you go. You guys talking. Oh, here we go. Please be Vive OS. Fuck. That's okay. It's the PBD video. It's fucking great. Or, yep, yeah, Mehdi Hassan's PBD video. This is fucking glory. This is magic. Genuinely. We're going to skip ahead because we watched a little bit of this yesterday. So if you don't know who Patrick Bet-David is, he's an idiot who fell backwards into a scam. I'm sorry, multi-level market. I'm sorry, pyramids. I'm sorry, company that sells insurance, where he made a fuck ton of money and pretends to be a business person. Mehdi Hassan, who's within a year of my age, again, fucks with me now that I realize that. I don't know why he feels older to me. It's just weird to consider that we're the same age. His thing is being smart and beating the shit out of Patrick Bet-David. It's fucking great.
America. So we've had about 2 dozen of these stories over the last 3 years.
Is this a guy you trust?
Unfortunately, no. Now it's not that I don't trust him. I'm not saying he's making stuff up, but I am saying he's clearly become a useful vessel for information from the White House that they want to get out. They know if you're Joe Biden or you're Donald Trump, you know that if you want to get out that you're pissed at Netanyahu, Barak Ravid's the guy you go to. Now on the other side, you have Amit Sigal, who is one of Israel's most famous journalists, very close to Benjamin Netanyahu. Channel 12, I think, is his network. This guy is now reporting today, the day we're talking, that actually the Israeli side is saying, no, Trump never swore at Netanyahu, never mentioned jail or prison, and they disagreed about how to handle Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the question then becomes for those of us who were not in the room, who do you believe? Serial liar Donald Trump or serial liar Benjamin Netanyahu? Journalists who act as vessels for leaders on both sides? It's very hard. This is why people have a real issue with mainstream media right now. Because what do you do in a situation like this where both sides are spinning furiously? And I can believe either version. I can believe that Trump told him you're fucking crazy. We wouldn't put that past Donald Trump. I can also believe that they lied to make Trump sound stronger than he is and that Netanyahu's telling the truth. I don't know.
That's the best encapsulation of the problems with modern media. I love Mehdi.
Okay, so how do they typically get the credibility? Because anybody can say this was said. So can you go back to the article when it says 2 sources were there? What is the, you're in this world. Yes. Is there a system or a standard to be able to, because this is a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal too. I mean, look, all the traditional rules of political journalism went out the window when Donald Trump came along, right? So, my colleague Swin Subsang reports on the White House for Zeteo. He has very good contacts. And, he tells me some of the crazy stories he gets from behind the scenes in terms of people trying to screw each other over, right? In the Trump administration, there's a very unique dynamic. And, he's referred to it as a Reservoir Dogs dynamic. It's been referred to where everyone's got a gun to each other's head at the same time, right? So they're all trying to screw each other over. So that's another issue.
It is a great way to describe it. If you don't realize it's like that, they're all that way. Everyone involved in Trump's main White House, it's fucked up, is involved with Epstein in some way, in ways that are really not coincidental. Epstein didn't get around with everyone, but it just so happens that everyone in his cabinet has a tie to him. And so you can imagine like that back and forth. That's crazy.
Two of the sources, people who are allied with each other, are they from different wings of the White House? You know, Pat, with this Iran war, there are different elements in this administration. Some people want the war done, finished. Some people want it to keep going. So there's different pressures on
This
Trump.
is not 100%, 80% story. This
No.
is
So there's different people leaking for different agendas to try and end a war or escalate a war.
Give me how this makes Trump look good. How does it make it look bad? Who's winning with the story? Who's not?
So
Optics, purely
Trump,
optics.
you know the MAGA base better than me. Many of them are your viewers. Many people in the MAGA base, not as many as people suggest. My good friend Cenk Uygur, I know you had on the show. He thinks there's a big split in MAGA. I'm less of that view. I look at the
Cenk is really overestimating things. It's because he's kind of a mega guy who is on the right side of things, but he's kind of a mega guy.
polls. 80% of MAGA still loves Trump. 70% love this war. But there is a growing minority who don't like what's going on with the foreign wars, with the betrayal of anti.
Being in time, because politics, when you are in a bicameral two-party system, relies on people voting for someone who speaks to them, and it relies on them voting for their interests. People vote for their interests. That's it. So if you have people who are speaking your interests and you happen to be a simple-minded person, they're going to get you first. That's it. That's it. It's the same thing. I've been talking about this whole time. It's the nature of that semiotic structure Klosowski nailed.
War promises. And a lot of them see Donald Trump as being, I can't come up with a better phrase than Netanyahu's bitch. And this would help Donald
Makes
Trump
me happy
say,
you
look,
said that.
I'm telling Benjamin Netanyahu, fuck you. You're fucking crazy. I saved you from prison. I'm the dominant partner in this relationship. And by the way, this is not just a Trump issue. Every American president who's dealt with Netanyahu has come out getting screwed over. Joe Biden got completely screwed over. He gave his entire presidency to save Netanyahu. Look at him today, destroyed. Bill Clinton in the 90s came out of a conversation with Netanyahu. You know what he said to his team? He said, who's the fucking superpower here? He was so pissed that he got talked down to by Benjamin Netanyahu. So American presidents have been dealing with Bibi for many years, and they've always tried to assert their dominance, and many of them have failed to do so. So I think for Donald Trump, it's good if people believe it. The problem is, those of us who know the Axios reporting on this, we're very, very skeptical.
So let me
I've
ask
seen
you
this film
this.
before.
If you're Trump's advisor, which you're not, but let's just say if you were Trump's advisor, and Trump hears you, and he says, screw this guy. That call did happen. That's exactly what I told him.
It's on support of Palestinian protesters attacking RF bases. UK have every right to ban him. UK had every right to ban him for any reason. It's still stupid. Still stupid. Then you're not going to lie that Klosowski reading's fucking with me? Good. It should. And Klosowski's Nietzsche and the Vicious Circle is one of the most fucking with you books that I've ever read. So I'm glad it's not just me. Two-party system where neither party represents anyone anymore. You're right, but you are wrong in the sense of the Republicans know how to talk and the semiotic structure. You say words that I can react positively with. That's what I mean. They find their interest in this simplistic language. The Democrats can't even do that because they're ultimately Republicans and they're really bad at it. We're starting to change that, and that's one of the things I like about Graham Plattner because I think he is not as polished as people are pretending he is. I think it's very silly how people say he's polished and like rehearsed and everything. I think that's fucking not his reality at all. At all. But I think there's a lot of room to be done with a lot of people right now, which is good.
What does he need to do publicly for even a guy like you to say, shit, this happened?
That's a great question because Donald Trump's word means nothing to me. I've been documenting his lies for many years. No one's told more lies than Donald Trump in the public sphere. So actions matter more than words. Same issue with Biden. His people would leak, Biden's very upset with Netanyahu. Okay, but what the fuck are you doing about it? Right?
Yeah,
Many
who
of us
gives a shit?
frustrated with the genocide would say. Same question now. What are you going to do about it? Donald Trump has given Netanyahu everything he wanted.
Does Bibi
right?
swing his dick around because he knows that Zionist and evangelical lobbies have a lot of leverage or because he's a narcissist? Israel's relationship with the U.S. is more than just that simplistic back and forth in that way. You have to remember that there was a strategy and a belief that Israel was our bulwark and our way of keeping the area destabilized in the right way. Max Blumenthal, who used to be a reporter, has a great book called The Management of Savagery. that literally goes over this. And that was the goal of the Middle Eastern policies for a long time, and he takes it from a report. It's the management of savagery. And what Israel was that bulwark, that center base. When people say now, and it's great that this is being questioned so deeply, but if I were to say, well, Israel is America's friend in the Middle East, you laugh and you say, but there was a time where that was believed, flatly believed by people like Bill Clinton, for example, or George Bush or Reagan or Carter. Like, this has been a very long time where like, these is the people who we have the closest relationships with. After all, Israel's not filled with Middle Eastern Jews, it's filled with Europeans, and they're basically whites, so we really like them. We get along with them in that sense. We're able to recognize culturally they're similar to us, but they specifically make sure that other things in the region are just destabilized enough that we're able to maintain our oil control. That's a fundamental way that we've dealt with things. Like, it's wild. I don't care what school Potner attended, and I don't believe in the working class. No one's working class. This is not how these things work. The thing that's at the center of it is that Israel was that bulwark. And so when it would turn to America and say, I want X, Y, or Z and make demands, if they would stop doing these things, if they would not be that bulwark, it was seen as like the end of our Middle East policy. So they had an inordinate amount of political power on top of what became more and more expensive as, sentiment against Israel shifted slowly. Like, it's hard to even talk about it. I've mentioned it, like, there's a Rick and Morty joke. I just go back to that. It was only Rick and Morty's not like something from the 80s. It's a fucking few years ago. And the joke is that when Rick gets drunk, he has opinions on Israel. They never in the episode state what the opinions are, just that he has them. One sec. Let me see if I can find the clip, because it's like, this is as far as it was. It's an amazing quick gag. There, we're going to save that too. And we'll watch it in a moment, because I have to go full screen for this. Actually, no, we can come back to Mehdi. Let's do that.
The Vindicators say their job is to fight evil wherever it hides, but they don't pick the location you'll never hear them even mention, because to fight darkness is to fight yourself.
Oh, I know this. Dorian 5.
Crocubot, don't!
There's no other possible answer. My mechanical and reptilian logic are certain of it.
Huh. I'm seeing more Croc than Bot here.
God damn it!
What happened on Dorian 5?
Nothing.
Nothing? We exterminated a planet.
Wait, huh?
Doomnometron was hiding there. He's a
That's a decent episode of the show.
Destroying Dorian 5 was the only way to kill him.
Come on, guys. We're all thinking it. Don't make me say it.
Oh, okay. This again?
I could have made you a device to detect
This again?
Doomnometron from orbit like that.
I'm not the one that didn't want you back. Alan was.
If you lay those deaths at my doorstep one more time.
Do not threaten her.
Congrats, you did it.
What the hell is Israel?
It's just something Rick starts talking about when he's blackout drunk.
What? In what way? Like, what's my point?
In a way that has no point? You just babble about defense budgets in the United Nations and then you pass out.
So, to be clear, I sometimes reference the geopolitical complexities of the topic, which is not the same as going to an anti-Semitic place.
This is, one, it's a good joke, but the reason it's a joke is because you didn't talk about it. It wasn't, I've been pro-Palestine since I had a conversation with someone from there in it was 2002 or 3, post 9/11. I got really into like the anti-Afghanistan movement, not the country, the war. And I met a lot of people from different places, and it was wild. And it was really radicalized me on this shit. I could not talk about my stance at all. I couldn't mention that I had a stance without upsetting people in a way that it's hard to even talk about how it felt socially. Like I would be obliterated for even talking about it. It's really hard to talk about. And then Israel responded badly to what could have been a very easy moment to solidify that forever. And like, if you want to talk about like a weird choice in history, and I think they'll be talking about it for years, Israel could have responded to October 7th with like defensive horrors. It would have secured them everyone's love forever. And it would have like the fucking Islamophobia would have gone off the charts. And instead they decided to murder everybody and like become Nazis, which is like, because of course they were that before, but that moment changed everything. And now you can have these discussions. You can talk about this. And ever since you've been able to, and it's like fucking so glad. It's hard to even talk about this though. Driving a stance and working for Lockheed. I mean, I was in Littleton, Colorado. So yeah. Oof. All right. Back to my friend here.
So Trump, you know the MAGA base better than me. Many of them are your viewers. Many people. Liz Cheney will go to war with Kamala and kill Muslims. I won't. They all.
Rick and Morty had some good. I think the first season's excellent. I really enjoyed it. The second season has some good moments, and since then it's had occasional moments. Yeah. Smiling friends. That's where it's at.
People believe that shit. Then he bombed. What is it? 6 countries last year, 7 countries last year.
I
Now he's
failed.
in a war with Iran. In Gaza, he had this ceasefire at the beginning that people were very happy about. But since then, he's allowed Netanyahu to do whatever he wants. And earlier this week, Netanyahu.
You got ex-con from Mormons for being pro-Palestine. It is that kind of thing. It's so weird. Like, and I think a lot of people have forgotten, we're not many years out. It's only been a few years when you could not talk about it at all. I'm so glad we're able to talk about it because and not just talk about it. The popular position now is defunding Israel. We live in a place where the people want that done. The only reason we're not is because the money in politics and the connections there and the people who think that they're better than their constituents. Don't worry, it's going to change. It just is slow.
Netanyahu went on camera and he said, we now control 60% of Gaza and I'm going to take 70% of Gaza. Even Biden, Harris, Blinken, none of them said that would be possible. Trump has basically given Netanyahu carte blanche to do whatever he wants in the Gaza Strip. So when your answer to your question is, what does he have to do to prove he's holding?
A guy like you.
He has to hold.
It's impossible to win a guy like you.
I will give credit. I'll say it now. On
If
camera.
what?
If he manages to get Netanyahu out of Lebanon and out of Gaza, which he won't. But that's what I would want to see. Because that's what's happened on his watch. On his watch, Netanyahu's taken more territory in both those places.
Right.
Prove to me that you actually care about Middle East peace. Prove to me that you have control over Netanyahu
He
and
doesn't
American
care at all
weapons,
about it.
and get him to pull out. Because right now, Greater
He
Israel
wants
is
the
happening
money.
in front of our eyes. Netanyahu's doing the project that far-right Israelis have always wanted. He's taking Lebanon, southern Lebanon.
saying Egypt,
He's taking
Turkey,
Gaza.
all this stuff is
Who knows
coming
what's
next?
coming
That's
next?
what you're thinking?
Well, if you embolden the guy, what is the lesson of the last 3 years? There's impunity. You can do whatever the F you want, and America will never stop you.
Okay, do me a favor. Differentiate between what Bibi's vision is and what Israel's vision is.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so for instance, you could have there's a difference between what America's vision is.
Yes.
Be the greatest country in the world versus what AOC's vision would
Yes.
be if she became president versus Trump, right? So what do you think is Bibi's vision versus Israel's vision?
That's a great question. And I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings. We do this thing in the US, especially on the liberal side, where we say, look, we're against the Netanyahu government. We're not against Israel or the Israeli people. The problem is the Israeli people have made it very clear.
I used to be one of these and be like really specific and be like, hey, we can't talk about Israel at large. This is the government. I said that until there were riots to not charge guys who had on camera that I've seen raped prisoners. And there were riots to free them. And that wasn't enough to be disgusting. They did free him, dropped charges. And now the rapist is a television celebrity, popular. There is a rot in that country at a fucking hard level. There's a fucking hard level of that. There are people there who are good. And I know a few, they exist. It's not literally everyone, but there's a rot in that country that is fucking crazy deep.
Over the last 3 years, that they're totally behind all these wars. There's been no real anti-war movement. In Israel, there's no real...
There's a little bit. It's not a big number.
It's tiny. It's tiny. You look at the polling, 80% of Israelis support...
20% is what I was going to say.
Every military operation blindly. You look at the polling, some of it's horrific. Like 80% of Israelis support removing Palestinians from Israel. From Gaza, and another small majority support ethnically cleansing them from Israel itself, Palestinian citizens of Israel. Israeli society...
What percentage was this one?
So I think it's 80% say they're fine with getting them out of Gaza, like forcibly.
Right.
And there's another majority or big plurality of Israelis who
I think it's like
Israeli
50
Jews
some
who
plus
say even
percent.
Palestinians in Israel should ultimately
The
emigrate.
West Bank and some of that.
No, Israel proper, within the Green Line.
Got it. Okay.
1/5 of the population of Israel is Palestinian citizens of Israel. So the polling is horrific. There was a poll done last year by Penn State, I think it was, where almost half of Israelis said that when we capture a town in Gaza, we should treat it like the Bible and Jericho. We should kill all the inhabitants, all the men. Like this kind of crazy. So
It is a large percentage of them. And Xandu, there's non-trivial. Like when we talk about Trump in America, it is important to remember that yes, people voted for him and all of that, but to the right of Trump, to the right of this, where they're like actual white nationalists or want to kill all the black people, that number is not as significant as Trump voters. In Israel, there is a large group. Chuck Schumer marched with a guy in New York who specifically said that they should just kill all Palestinian children. He marched with Chuck Schumer. There's a mainstreaming of this that is really genuinely insane.
Okay, all these polls, you take them with a pinch of salt. I get it. But anyone you speak to in Israel who's a serious commentator on Israeli politics will tell you that over the last 5-10 years, Israeli society has moved to the right, to the far right, in a way that American society has not. Donald Trump is polling in the 30s right now. Even at his peak, he got 49.8% of the vote in the last election. He never had a majority. In Israel...
And again, he won because the Democrats gave it to him both times. Flatly, they did. And it is a shame, but it is true that it was women both times. So
the right-wing party,
like right-wing women, gave it to him both times. It's hard to say otherwise.
The far-right parties are dominant right now. Maybe in the 90s, early 90s, there was a peace camp. There was Oslo, all this stuff. That's gone now. You can argue about why it's gone.
How is that? How is that possible? How is it that in Israel, the guy is being that aggressive and his support is getting higher?
I don't think his personal support is going. We'll see what happens in these elections. Because you
just said 80%. I mean,
the war, right? This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm saying don't focus on Netanyahu. It's a very good cop-out. Even Bernie Sanders, who I'm a big fan of, he often says Netanyahu.
Crazy to me was the televised statement in Hebrew calling the Lebanese and Palestinians Amalek. Yeah, and repeating it many times. It would have sounded like a neo-Nazi conspiracy theory, and they're just doing the thing at this point.
Netanyahu. A lot of Palestinians say, Bernie, it's not Netanyahu, it's Israel. It's the Israeli political establishment. So if you swap out, I'll give you one example. If you swap out Netanyahu tomorrow with Naftali Bennett, who's an opposition leader, former prime minister, I interviewed him once. Naftali Bennett is also on the right, also likes war, has threatened Turkey, has threatened Lebanon. You've got another opposition leader.
Like the worst thing is Bibi is currently the best thing right now for Israel and for us, because I think anyone else is too stupid. I think Bibi's smart enough to know he can't go past a certain line. He knows that his big brother is standing over him, so he can kick the bully in the nuts, and the big brother is going to be there to do the thing. Other people think that they don't need the big brother. And I think that's scary shit.
Avigdor Lieberman, former defense minister, you know what he said this week? He said, flatten the suburbs of Beirut. We should be going in and don't listen to Trump. So the opposition in Israel are equally hawkish, right-wing. So this idea that it's all about Netanyahu, it's a myth, I'm sorry to say.
Okay, so you're saying the two are the same, is what you're saying.
On issues of war and peace, yes. I'm sure in some domestic politics, tax rates, I'm sure there's
smaller stuff is going to be
domestically within Israel, I'm sure they are.
Down to the war,
when it comes down to the region, Israel's role in the region.
Tell me what the vision is. What do you think their vision is? What do you think Israel's vision is?
There's a best case scenario and there's a worst case scenario.
Okay.
The best case scenario is that they have this idea of we must be in a state of permanent war footing, right? I think there's a phrase for it, I forget the name, combat between the conflicts. There's some military doctrine that says even when we're not at war, We carry on doing preemptive strikes. We carry on doing cyber warfare. We carry on doing assassinations so that Israel remains the regional hegemon. We keep our superiority, our military edge. We let everyone know in the region who's boss, even when we're not in a formal state of war. That's the best case scenario, that this is just a security doctrine that says we will bomb and invade whoever we like just to remain top dog in the region. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is it's ideological, that these are fanatical, messianic people who believe that all of the territory is theirs, given to them by the Bible. I interviewed Naftali Bennett in 2017, nearly a decade ago, for Al Jazeera. He was the education minister at the time. I never forget this interview. I said to him, we were talking about peace treaties and two-state solution, and he said, the Bible says it's ours. I'd never heard someone say it that bluntly to my face. I can't imagine Ilhan Omar going on TV and saying, the Quran says this, right? This guy's openly saying, the Bible says the land is ours. Where do you go with that?
What do you even do
after that, right? That's just a kind of religious, ethnic nationalist, messianic vision. So Benjamin Netanyahu, even though he's not a religious man, has signed off on a greater Israel. He was asked about whether he believes in it. He said, absolutely. The opposition leader, Yair Lapid, who's a kind of centrist, supposedly a liberal, he was asked after the Mike Huckabee, Tucker Carlson interview. He said, do you agree with Mike Huckabee that all of the territories from the Bible, it's all yours? He said, yeah, our borders are biblical. This is what the opposition leader said.
Who's the opposition? They're so fucked. I feel so bad for that everyone in that country who isn't a psychotic.
Forget the right-wingers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir.
What do you think is the likelihood their vision becomes a reality?
And for those of you who are here, welcome. Just a quick rundown for those of you, because I broke 150 finally. Look at that shit. The way this is set up, welcome to the Quarantine Collective operating system, more or less. I'm trying to figure out other things to do with it, but it's working and it's great. Super chats up to $10. Thank you for them. Always lovely. They throw a solar anus out. I'm going to be adding other stuff as I go. Some people have been giving me ideas. Feel free to give good ideas of random shit that should happen with smaller amounts, because I want everyone to be able to fuck with me in some way. If you contribute $10 or more, it jangs me. You'll see what that means. And if you like Professor Jang and you want to hurt me, we had a lot of them right in a row. $50 fills up the bar that throws us right into finding new stuff to do. Right now we have a queue of 2 more, this one plus 1 more after that, and $100 just jumps straight up. So please give likes. If you're here, I appreciate it. Give likes, type shit, say hi, all that good stuff. It is a cool shirt. This is my Cookie Monster shirt I bought to make my daughter happy. And then she doesn't care anymore. That's the life of a dad.
Reality.
Right now, more likely than not, because the United States of America has allowed Israel to get away with a genocide.
How long? I mean, long term,
long term, it's perpetual war for perpetual peace.
And by the way, deep down inside, do you really think Trump wants this war to continue?
No. Trump doesn't like long wars.
No.
He likes short wars. That's why he's been humiliated by Iran, because he thought this would be over in a few days.
By the way, nobody thought Iran was going to be able to, not nobody. A lot of people on his camp, when they sat there and talked about it, it is a very fair argument to say that. No. Let me make...
Just so you know, only really fucking stupid people who don't understand how wars work thought this would go fast. Genuinely, the idea that this would go faster than any war we've ever had is insane. And Iran has literally made Trump show his ass over and over and over. And he will continue to.
My point on what I'm saying, it is a very fair argument to say that unlike Venezuela, which we went and we got Maduro and we're out, most likely Cuba is going to be the same way as Venezuela, probably even easier when they go through and get it.
Do you like how casually he's talking about committing war crimes? Isn't that great? Yeah, it is, right, Dexter? Yes. Just casually, it's how fast we're going to be able to do war crimes real quick here, guys. Come on, what are you doing? We're going to have a lot of war crimes really quick here. What do you want? What do you want?
Not sure.
Iran,
Venezuela thing wasn't a war though. It was a war crime. And it was an active war.
Showed up strength to the world.
Yeah.
And you got to give him credit.
That did not show off strength to the world. Fuck in Christ.
No matter what anybody says, conservative or on the left.
You can give them credit militarily, obviously not politically, but Trump I don't think we can defend him with nobody knew this, but he did this line recently. Nobody knew they were going to hit the Gulf states. We all knew they were going to hit the Gulf states.
Yeah.
They've been saying this
that
for years.
Iran was going to hit the Gulf states.
Iran was going to hit the Gulf states.
Do you think
that's been their doctrine for years?
Do you think that unified the Gulf states even more?
No. I think we've wrecked our long-term relationship with the Gulf states.
We've fucked up the Middle East in ways that are hard to describe. It's actually a thing that I don't think in my lifetime we'll be able to get to a peace process that is meaningful in any way. Like this is the fun part of what Trump's done by like, I'm going to do war for peace. We're going to get the Abraham Accords. Because no, we're done. Like Iran has now attacked all these other states. Other states have chosen to side with Iran. That's it. Like this is a fucking long-term thing.
Tell me why.
I think in private, all of these Gulf states will, in public, they'll say what they got to say, but in private, they know the U.S.
UAE left OPEC. That the UAE is not going to recover. Dubai is not going to be a tourist destination anymore. It's across the water from fucking Iran. It's able to be hit at a moment's notice. If Dubai Mall were to be fucking hit with a missile, it could be, by the way, tomorrow. They've already hit the airport. That no one's going back. Like all of these states, the idea of having a united Gulf or being able to turn them into a capitalist nightmare, which was kind of the Abraham Accords wannabe bullshit, all gone. It's all gone. I'm not saying it was a good position. It's better now. I mean, I am stunned to be able to say, I think we're going to have a worse Middle East than we saw in the 70s. And I think it's going to have a lot of the same outcome. Blowback.
Security umbrella does not extend to them anymore. They know that even if they give Donald Trump a $400 million plane, even if they put $500 million in his crypto business, Israel will always take precedence.
Do you think
what a line.
The Gulf states prefer Iran to be led by IRGC, or the story we saw recently with Pezeshkian, who's a moderate, stepping down because it's like everything's being run by. Who do you think the Gulf states would rather have?
I think the Gulf states are not a monolith, first of all, Patrick, because the UAE is very different to Qatar and Kuwait, right?
But they're neighbors.
They're neighbors, but they have different foreign policy.
I understand.
The UAE is an outlier. The UAE is very hawkish, very pro-Israel, very pro-America, very anti-Iran, which is kind of crazy because, if the US and Israel move on with their lives, the UAE is exposed to Iran for the rest of their lives.
Isn't UAE succeeding the most out of most of the Gulf states?
Are they?
Financially?
Are they? Many businesses have cleared out. Tourism has fallen. It's a huge industry based on...
Their entire industry is based on money laundering through fucking land and real estate, and it's cratered.
Tourism.
For the time.
You think people are going to go back? I think my thing is...
I think so.
I think that their image has been permanently destroyed. I don't think you can put it back in the bottle.
No,
they
it's
had this
done.
image, especially to kind of white Westerners, as this business...
It was as if they had a force field around them. And as a white Westerner, he's spot on. It was a unique corner of that space where, if you've ever been, there's white people everywhere. Russians mostly, but white people everywhere. And wealthy people and a lot of familiar things, a lot of Western things. And you felt safe, even though, again, war's happening right across the water. That's done forever.
Tourist, even residential utopia. You go there, there's no crime, you chill out, everything's cheaper, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's gone now. Once Iran has done this, I think they've destroyed that image. Now, if you're Amazon or you're whatever it is, Chase Bank, you're going to go back into Dubai, Abu Dhabi.
No, the IRGC has definitely isolated itself, but so have all the other states, because now they're having to pick sides. I guarantee you they start kicking out American bases, and this is where things start falling apart. Like, it's going to be a whole thing. There's a hegemony that's been built up there over the course of years. Is it good? No. Is falling apart for the best? I hope so. There's going to be a lot of bad things, and I worry for people. It's like I usually say, Zionists have no interest in the future of Israel, which sounds weird, but I think actually anti-Zionists are the only people who have actual care, because we give a fuck about, hey, I want the people who live in Israel to be alive in 10 years. I want people to be in living lives. Zionists don't care about that. They don't care about that.
Knowing that Iran can then do this again at any time they want, as long as Iran is still run by the same government, I don't think these Gulf states get that image back. And I think the Qataris understand that, even the Saudis understand that. They want a region, I think privately, and I may be wrong, and the few people in the Gulf I speak to say this to me, they recognize that Israel is the real problem in the region. They may not say so publicly. Some of them are signed up to the Abraham Accords, like Bahrain, etc., UAE. But I think they understand that Israel is the destabilizing force in the region. It's Israel that bombed 6 countries in the Middle East last year. It wasn't Iran that did that. It's Israel that went to war now and brought the United States into this conflict and led to Iran bombing Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. And I think that is the situation we're in. I think you're going to see these Gulf states, if they're smart, making overtures to the Chinese and to the Russians in future years. They have to kind of diversify who they rely on.
Maybe it's me being a Syrian, maybe it's me being Armenian, maybe the fact that I lived in Iran could be the reason for this. But nobody, sells Israel as this incredibly powerful organization and brains than those who hate Israel. All they talk about is
he's such an idiot. He's such a fucking moron.
How powerful Israel is. I don't think there's anybody that's the Don King promoting how smart, intellectual, brilliant Israel is than those who cannot stand Israel.
Well, I'm not one of those.
But if
let me just go through the list. I'm not somebody who said Iran would roll over. I said Iran would make Iraq look like a walk in the park.
I'm talking about
right. I warned that Iran and America would not be able to destroy Iran in the way they thought they could destroy Iran. It was insane. It was hubris to think they could do that. I've been saying that for 15 years. I've been saying it since Iraq, 2003, when I was a 23-year-old marching against that war. When Bush was thinking about Iran, I was saying.
Are you afraid of Israel?
Am I afraid of?
Are you afraid of Israel?
What do you mean?
Are you afraid of Israel's aspirations?
Oh, yeah. But aspirations are different, right? Can they pull it off? I agreed with you that just because they have this messianic vision doesn't mean they're going to win.
Yeah. I mean,
I agree with that.
To me, it's like, okay.
No, they didn't win in Gaza.
Bro,
Patrick, I said in 2023, I said this whole plan, when people were like yourself and others were saying Israel has a right to self-defense, destroy Hamas, I said, you can't. There is no military solution to your problem.
Yeah, so you know what it is for me? Don't talk to Mehdi, because Mehdi's going to do this. No, I want to talk to Mehdi. No, I'm telling you, be careful. No, I want to talk to Mehdi. Oh, don't talk to Bibi because I want to talk to him. I wish you had an hour and a half to talk. No, don't talk to Nick. No, don't talk to this guy. I want to talk to him. I don't sit there and see that, my God, everything, they're so powerful. They're going to control America. They do this, they do that.
What the fuck, dude?
I mean, you kind of giving them too much credit.
I mean, you're mixing different things together, though. One thing is militarily, can they win on battlefields? No, not always. Hezbollah defeated them in 2000, famously. That was the first time they were defeated by an Arab force on a battlefield when they widhdrew from southern Lebanon. They're back now. We were told Hezbollah was done. Do you remember a couple years ago? Oh, the pages and the assassination of Nasrallah. They're done. It was a paper tiger. They just...
Don't you remember, everyone? We had the pager thing, and everyone's like, oh my God. And then now they're doing it again? What the fuck?
Just killed 30
like 60 fucking likes, 160 of you people.
Israeli soldiers in the last few weeks, right?
100 of you are not liking the stream.
What the real numbers are. So clearly they're not done for. Hamas is still around, and the Iranians still have, 70% of their missile stock, according to U.S. intelligence. So the idea that these were all paper tigers was bullshit. That's a different argument. I'm not a military expert. I'm not going to sit here and adjudicate, who has the strength in the field. Politically, though, in this country, does Israel still have power? Sure.
Oh, yeah.
They still have politicians who support them.
All right, we're going to skip a bit ahead because this is, if you didn't know, 2.5 hours. So we're not doing all of that. Especially since basically Mehdi fucking wrecks him all the time.
I wrote a piece for The Intercept. I got a lot of shit for it because
he has a shoe. The future looks bright shoe. Fuck me. What a fucking whore. I hate these people.
Said credit where credit's due, he's going to withdraw from Afghanistan. Remember, he laid out that timeline that Biden then got attacked.
I need to have a shoe. You want shoes? Do you guys want QC shoes that say like solar anus on them? Little butthole on the back.
For following. It was a Trump timeline.
Biden,
pull out
the way
of
he did it. The Biden, the way
Trump
he did it.
Trump would have done it better. Come on. It was always going to be a disaster. No matter how you pull out of Afghanistan.
There was many military personnel said there was better ways to leave.
No, I don't agree on that. But
many military.
Can I come back to your wider point?
Tell me.
Oh my God, he's showing me. I need to take a shower now. Bravo, Donald Trump is the headline. Rob's too fast. All right, so let me come back to the wider point. Forget Trump.
I always knew. I introduced him properly at the beginning. Big MAGA supporter.
That's 2020. 6 years ago. We all grow, evolve, learn from our mistakes. So the broader point about America and Israel, Iran, to go back to your IRGC point. Forget Trump for a moment. Let's just take U.S. foreign policy as a whole.
In the age of globalization, school is just a start of the learning process. Because every 5 years, the world changes. So you need to be in a constant process, a constant state of learning. Okay, so you have to like actually love learning, and you have to like know how to learn for yourself. So these are the 3 basic purposes of school, and that's why you're at the school. Unfortunately, what we know is that most schools, I'm not saying all schools, I'm saying that most schools are pretty bad at these 3 things. In fact, you could make the argument that most schools not only do not teach you these skills, but they have the opposite effect. In fact, they make you hate learning, okay?
You do.
So let's look at literacy.
You do.
Today, in most schools, you're not required to read books. In fact, when you go to university, the professors there are so shocked that you don't read books that instead they make you read paragraphs or watch videos, okay? So in terms of literacy, all around the world,
I need to find other things to have in this.
When you say it's Israel, I don't accept that. I think this new thing.
Hey, it pauses and goes. I think that's fucking great. Have I watched Red yet? I've meant to see the play. I have not seen it yet. The Rothko thing. I'm a big Rothko fan. That's probably why you're asking. I have not seen it yet. And if you know a place to actually see it digitally, I probably would watch that. I just am not going to have a chance to see it in person. Put pro AI clips in there. But I'm not anti-AI. Like, so I need to think of something else, because this Zhang shit is like, I'm going to have a fucking stroke. It's too much. It's crazy.
On the right, where you say, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, all this line, which is like, America's good, it's bad Israel, making good America. I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying others, it's becoming a very consensus view, which is America's really good, and then evil Israel comes on and makes...
Zintapir clips. Ooh, I would have to ask Zintapir if I can do that, though. Because Zintapir, you know what? That's, we're going to do a Zintapir thing after this. Zintapir is just my favorite channel. I'm going to put in, what's my favorite of the videos? Zintapir is so good. It's easily the best thing on YouTube, and it's AI focused, but not AI focused. Yeah, that's the one. I think The Art of Lying goes into React suggestions. Good.
It's good America do bad things.
No.
We need...
What if we balance Zhang with some Contra or Philosophy Tube? Bob, I hate you. I hate you so much. That was a good joke, though.
To take agency and responsibility. We are the superpower. And when Israel's murdering Iranian nuclear scientists or murdering Iranian diplomats who might do a deal with them, we have to take ownership for that. They don't do that without an American green light. They didn't kill Khamenei without an American green light. They don't do shit without an American green light. So I don't buy this idea that Israel is some rogue force, going back to the Barak Ravid point about there's all these splits between the president and the prime minister. 9 times out of...
Plastic pills. Zhang is better than plastic pills, because everyone knows Zhang's an idiot. Sadly, people listen to Contra, Philosophy Tube, and Plastic Pills and think that they know what they're talking about, or that they've given a fuck about anything they say.
10, American Israel on the same.
So I'm trying to figure out what to put, because the goal of that thing would be clips that are like a break mentally. So that way it fits. Zhang has been that, and it's getting a little much, I think, for everyone. I shouldn't put it on you. It's getting to be a lot for me. Fundamentally, it's getting to be a lot for me. But I need like something that's a break that I won't get copyright hit for. But I don't want to have to edit clips in. Like, the goal would be if I can just go grab 100 shorts and just download them and put them in. That'd be the idea. What do I think about SpaceX's $1.8 trillion valuation? Windrip, you literally watched me talk about it. I think they're going to break $2 trillion in plus, and I think they're going to destroy a lot of lives. And then Anthropic or OpenAI, whoever gets to go first, will destroy a little bit less, and whoever goes third will actually be the end of AI, and we will see the collapse of the entire economy within the next 6 months. That's my estimation. And you know what? I may not be cynical enough. We might survive it, because it's all lies anyway.
Page. 1 time out of 10, they're on a different page.
And again, Grok and SpaceX produce child pornography with AI and utilize AI to get children to send nude photos to it for digestion. That's a real thing.
Yeah. So
we had moderate presidents in Iran. They got screwed over. Khatami, Rouhani. They got screwed over by Western governments that wouldn't do a nuclear
Israel
deal.
went out and killed the 50 guys. You know, we could have worked together, whatever. They kept, and Trump kept saying, everybody we're negotiating with, they're killing them. Who's they? Who's he saying
And you
they?
think Israel can do that if Trump wanted them to stop? Come on.
No. What I'm saying to you is Israel, when they get their intel, they want to take somebody out. You remember the pagers. They got very good intel. They don't have a problem going and doing what they're doing. I understand Israel's motive.
The only people who say that Israel's super strong are people who hate Israel. Also, they're really, really good at everything, and they're super smart, and they're able to do anything they want. Fucking useless person. Starlink's the only thing about SpaceX where they make money. There's a huge asterisk there. Because this is one of the things that I haven't done a lot on this or talked about it, but if you actually go through the prospectus that they put together, you'll go, oh, wow, communication. SpaceX is making a bunch of money through Starlink. The answer is yes, unless you also, they break out and they don't include the costs for sending those into space because that's part of SpaceX's space program. So they're vertically integrated companies, so they're actually shielding the cost from Starlink for the deployment of the system. That Starlink is not fucking profitable. That's the fun part. It's not fucking profitable. It's profitable if you kind of couch things in a very particular way. This is why vertically integrated companies are really terrifying to look through the money for, because they'll be like, hey, look, this Xbox makes a ton of money. And then you're like, oh, wow, cool. Oh, wait, all of the cloud and all the other infrastructure you're putting on a separate balance sheet, that's kind of a big deal. No? Okay.
I understand Israel's motive.
But I'm saying they get a green light from the U.S.
I don't think as much under him as others. I do think they're an ally for the Middle East. And I'm not, you're a business guy now. You're a capitalist. So one of the things you'll experience, because you're a capitalist, it's nothing wrong. You should be proud of it. You should be, look at the smile on your face. You're making more money than ever before.
It's a good line.
Life
it's a good line. It's a good line.
Are you making more money or less money right now?
I'm making more money.
That's good. There's nothing wrong. We should be proud of it.
Did I say that? That's not my definition of capitalism.
But here's where I'm going with this. In the last couple of years since you've been private, how many...
Sometimes I feel like I went through a portal, spent the last 10 years living in the fucking Twilight Zones. Other times it feels like this was inevitable. I would add, other times it feels like this has always been what life was. I'm either completely destabilized or completely bored. And I don't like that that's the alterations.
How many opportunities have you had to do deals with people?
Many.
When you're on the call, do you know their motives?
No.
Their motives are typically beneficial to who?
Themselves.
Is that something that you and I would be surprised with? No. Why are you here today? Why do I have you on today? It's going to be a good show for us. Why are you on here today? You don't live down the street. You came. There's a motive.
Yes.
Both of us have a motive, so both of us are winning from this exchange that we have. Okay.
Understood.
In that sense, the way they negotiate, then it goes to who's the better negotiator. Then it goes to who gave up more. Then it goes to all the other stuff that you got to go through, and you got to make adjustments.
Well, Trump is a horrible negotiator, and as Benjamin Netanyahu said, these are Benjamin Netanyahu's words, for 40 years, I've dreamt of attacking Iran. He's the only president who would listen to me. Those are Netanyahu's words. I'm paraphrasing.
Trump
Every president said...
Did something happen to you guys? Did something happen there? Was there weird shit? I need to watch the stream. Yeah, it got static. That's weird. Why did that happen? Everything went glitchy. That's I have a Threadripper processor, wonderful processor. It has very particular weird timings. And the timings, how it's set up, interfere with interrupts. If you don't know how interrupts work, I'm really not going to be Mr. Computer Guy, but the interrupts are very problematic because it has 64 cores, but Windows does all the interrupts on the first core, which is a problem because everything's on the first core primarily because Windows is not exactly set up. So you actually have to go through manually and set all these things and interrupts to various, one of the fucking 32 cores on the second die or the first die. And it's because it's 64 physical cores, it's a fucking nightmare. So that's what that was. It has to be that every time.
in 87 he would go and take over Carrick Island. He said that in 85. You make it seem like this guy's not an independent thinker.
Well, he's not an independent
Trump
thinker.
said that in
He also-
85.
Hold on. He also said, none of us knew they would hit the Strait of Hormuz. None of us knew they would hit the Gulf countries. You idiot. Everyone knew.
The second PC is a Core alone with a small shitty GPU and no RAM. I've debated this. I actually have a Fantex PC case that has room for a micro PC to be attached specifically for that reason because of this CPU. I just don't have the money for it. Someday, but for now it's just annoying. I have a Lasso. Do you guys know Process Lasso? Process Lasso is fascinating. If you have a really complicated machine, Process Lasso is kind of a miracle of everything. Come on. Really? You don't let me do that? Come on. You're not doing it, are you? There it is. Process Lasso basically lets you take all the stuff that's happening on your computer and assign it to CPUs. And create affinities, create positions, create scripts that allow you to sort of move one thing to another. And it shifts everything. If you only have a couple of CPUs, don't worry about it. This is like the last thing that's important. But I would have to like add it. Let me see. Let me pull up my Process Lasso so you can go, ugh. It's like vomit. It's a nightmare. Oh, there's a new update. Good. I'll do that in a little bit. Let me add it as a window. You can see, be like, what the fuck, Brooks? Because in this thing right here, this right here, the little green bars, those are individual CPUs. These are on various nodes. This is a specific event that's happening inside of a server. Usually this is server software, not for home PCs. So every one of those is supposed to be a CPU. For me, because I am a jackass, I don't know how else to put it. I'm a jackass because I fucking had to have just the coolest fucking thing to do the coolest fucking dumb thing. So I got the fucking craziest setup, and here's Process Lasso for me. And we'll zoom up, and you can see, here, I'll go straight over to my CPU so we can enlarge it so you can get the size comparison. Every one of those is an individual physical core. So I have to go through and edit the rules so that one thing hits another thing, and it's a fucking nightmare. Because specifically, the way that audio works, because audio is about low latency, and I have a audio system that I have a 18i20 Scarlett. It needs to be on the first die because it needs to be it needs to be quick, it needs to be free, and it needs to be doing that thing. I can move it to other dies, but the interrupt still needs to be there because it needs to take precedence over everything else. But NVIDIA doesn't let you adjust its settings, and it's fucking really annoying. It does message interrupt, but it only allows you to have one message interrupt, even though it's got like 40 of them, because it doesn't let you fucking change it, because fuck us, I guess, NVIDIA. God damn it. So every one of these, right now, this is my PC. So I'm fucked. Like this is the way it's set up. This is the way everything attaches when I launch anything. Everything's running here. Let's see. So then OBS is running on, fuck. Yeah. So let's go with how many problems these things are having. What a nightmare. One sec. It's going to get all weird as I do this because I have to stretch it out to get all these different things. Where is there are the threads. Good. Stop fucking doing that. Just give me the threads. CPU time, good. And then I want to know how many breaks there are. How many page faults. There it is. All right. Llama's running. Oh, I don't know why I have a llama running right now. I don't need that. Let's clear that out. So let's see. Go by process name. The big ones that are important right now, I've got Zen doing a whole bunch of different stuff. So let's go down to Zen, which is where this OS thing is. And I change Zen, which is currently 0 through 63. So it's just doing whatever it wants. I go in, I do CPU sets, set always. It opens up the thing. And then I've got to go through processor group 2. And I just set them all up. Because I want specifically group 0, 40 through 63. No. God damn it. We're going to do this. So this, when I hit OK, it should balance and pro-balance them right over. And you'll see a couple of things drop. And then you'll see them move to another area of the die with any luck. So you'll see it pop up right over here. There it is, 62 and a few others. It's not enough. This is not what's really doing everything on my CPU. So I have to go through with every single fucking thing and make this adjustment. Every single fucking thing that's running. And that's like all stuff I'm not using, stuff I am using, stuff I think about, stuff that's running in the background, and services, which is the worst part. Easily the worst part. It's easily the worst part, I think. I'm not going to do this right now, though. So that is Lasso. Really useful, good software if you need something like that. It's just a lot of work. It's just a lot of work. You have recommendations. You're free to give recommendations. The problem is I have a Threadripper, a 4090, and an audio interface. Those three things are not meant to work together. My best bet is actually to run a laptop here with the audio interface on that, have my audio go through there, and then ship that into the PC, but I'm not in the mood. So, yeah.
You can't give him credit that he said this 40 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know how he got that one thing consistent.
Oh,
but what about the
I
actual
don't know how
war?
this one thing he did.
Okay,
I don't know how he. I don't know how he
Pat-
came.
He's one of the most ignorant people I've ever come across. You seen the latest stuff? He keeps being like, I call them Dummocrats. You have to take the B off of dumb. Most people don't know that dumb has B on it. No, most people do know that. You probably just discovered that there's a B on dumb. You know, there's a Trump tick. I watch him so much. Whenever he says most people didn't know this, it means he just discovered something himself 2 minutes ago.
You literally think he just discovered how to spell dumb?
I know it. And talk to the people who worked with him. We're second-term Trump, Patrick. I don't have to make this stuff up.
Yeah.
Dozens of people have now left the administration, have told their stories, and it's all the same thing. The guy is an egomaniac. The guy is vain. The guy is dumb. The guy changes his opinion based on the last person he spoke to.
This is a guy that won in business. This is a guy that
He didn't
won
win in
media.
business.
This
5
is a
bankruptcies in a row. You're more
this is
successful than he
this
is.
This is a guy that took a show
in
from
business.
0 to
He's not
1,
Steve
15
Jobs,
years.
for
This is the
God's
guy,
sake.
dude, the guy won presidency two times.
I give you Apprentice.
2 times.
I give you Apprentice. Great reality TV
Yeah,
star.
2 times.
Great. I'm not going to question his ability to run a reality TV star. I'm questioning his ability to run America.
How do you think about his kids? Do you give him compliment as a parent, as a father?
No.
God
Have you
damn
read
it.
the stories?
Do you give him compliments as a father? His son just got married. He was asked if he was going to go to the wedding. And he said, no, but I wish him the best. I've known him a long time. What the fuck? That's like the best thing.
You don't think he's a good father? Why do you think his kids love him?
You think the kids love him?
You don't think they do?
I mean,
Why
if
do
you
think
read
they wanna be
some of
around him all
the
time?
if you read some of the tabloids, well, money and power can be
You think that's
great.
the only reason? I know
Well,
a lot of billionaires that
again,
their kids don't want to be around him.
if you read the New York tabloid press that Trump was very friendly with,
Now Last Tango, just to be very clear, Trump's college professor didn't say he was the dumbest guy they'd ever met. He said it was the dumbest motherfucker I've ever had in class, to be very clear. Dumbest motherfucker.
the kids didn't like him when he was young. They were annoyed that he was cheating on their parents, his respective mothers. Things changed. There's stories about him allegedly. It's denied.
There we
There's
go.
stories about allegedly him, slapping Don Jr. at college in front of his friends, and all sorts of stories. I don't know if they're true or not, but this is what's reported. Tiffany Trump, he never
Coming
talks about.
from a Muslim and a Middle Eastern dude. What did our parents do to us when we were kids? Did you
It's not. So he's accepting it. Patrick Bet David, good job.
ever
Again.
get slapped?
That's, of course.
Dude, are you like, you and I don't have the permission to say anything with that.
No, that's
so we
fair.
got to
That's
change the
fair. I
subject.
withdraw that.
Yeah, withdraw
He didn't go to his son's. He didn't go to his son's wedding so he could do troll posts about Ro Khanna. Ask
Nah, I
yourself
don't
that
think he didn't go to the wedding because they had to go back for the war and everything that was going on.
Come on.
Question.
Yes.
Not a great.
When it comes down to Muslims, 2020 vote to 2024.
I love you.
Period.
You did whatever you did.
Hang
You
on.
came back
You-
to
no,
Muslim.
you-
Why are you
you
obsessed
like-
with Muslims?
you like
Because you left
stats.
Iran.
I wanna give
No,
you
I want to
stats.
know why you're obsessed with
I
Muslims.
want
Hey everyone, if you're unfamiliar with the stream, welcome. I think I just saw Sunday pop in. Was that Sunday? It is Sunday. How you doing, Sunday? Welcome to Quarantine Collective. This is our dumb stream for dumb shit. I'm doing dumb shit, and we're just enjoying ourselves. There's not a lot of theory happening right now. Of course, if you want more theory to happen, you can always toss a couple bucks. If you throw $110 in, you get some solar instances. A couple other things are coming. If you throw in $10 or more, we jang it up. You get a jang. $50, it actually adds to our queue of what things I've got to do today. And then 100 does the same thing. This slowly fills up. Right now we're 34 away from the next community award, and I'm stuck again and again and again and again and again. I've been stuck with a lot of Jang today. I'm actually getting tired of Jang. That's how much Jang has happened. So, super chats are always great. Memberships are always great. I'm trying to figure out what to do with those. And of course, there's a Stream Elements link. It's not tied in yet, but it will be.
I give you stats.
You know, there was a terrorist attack.
Why wouldn't he go to the wedding? Because he hates his fucking kids. My dude, he fucking hates his kids. He fucking hates his kids. Have you seen his children? Like, one of them looks like the goofiest version of like, it's like Donald Trump's sperm left out in the sun. And like Gary Busey ass face. Like, it's awful. And the other one looks like a reject from Goodfellas. Like, these are his kids. God damn it. And this is what I did.
But then you're like, okay, but slavery means that I take a gun and I say, if you don't do what I say, I'll kill you. But that's not what slavery is. If the universe is conscious, okay, our energy comes from our attention. Attention is energy. So what they want is our energy. Right? That's true wealth.
What the
fuck? They're able to focus our energy, capture our imagination. They can construct reality in the way that they want it, okay? Because reality is what we imagine it to be. The imagination is the animating force of the universe, right? So if they can focus our attention, for us, they can create their own reality.
No.
All right? Now we understand why we watch movies.
No.
Now we understand why we have the internet. Now we understand why the school wants you to love artificial intelligence.
No.
Because it's to enslave you. It's all of human history is about enslavement. Okay? This is what progress is. You think that, oh my God, I can now watch movies. Oh my God, I have now social media. I can communicate with anyone. Oh my God, I have ChatGPT. And ChatGPT can tell me the truth about the world. No. All these things are created to enslave your mind. Because you have access to God. And so what they're trying to do is trick you into believing that this reality is a true reality. Because once you believe that, this reality becomes the only reality. Okay? So the question is like, who are these people? Well, we don't know, okay? You can say they're the elite, they're the powers that be,
they're the
you
Jews,
say they're demons, we don't know, okay?
The demons, the Jews,
but
the Illuminati.
They're interested in fooling us.
Yes.
Into believing that the movies that we see are real. The internet is real. Social media is real.
These are not the same thing, dude.
So then the question then is, okay, if this is slavery, what is freedom?
These are not. So what the fuck, man?
Attack on a mosque recently.
I want to give
Did that
you
bother
stat.
you?
I want to
Patrick?
give you a stat.
Did that bother you?
Can I? Mehdi, invite me to your show.
I'm inviting you up to this.
Here we go.
Show.
So
you've all heard it.
He's invited for sure. He fucking is stomping your ass here, making you look like a jackass.
He said to invite him, Rob. You heard it. Everyone on YouTube heard it. I'm inviting you to a show.
All right, so here we go.
2020,
Biden had 69% of Muslim votes.
Yes.
Trump had 24%. 2025, Kamala dropped the Democrat vote from 69 to 50%. Trump went from 24 to 31%.
Yeah.
Third party got 12% and increased by 9%. Why did Muslims become Republican?
The stupidity is so fucking astonishing. This is a person who ostensibly is like a businessman who's done a thing. He hasn't. He was a scam artist. That's what he does. Okay, here's how percentages work. It's for every 100 that do a thing. So it's not that out of all Muslims, this percentage voted for Trump. It's out of all voters, this percentage of Muslims voted for Trump, voting Muslims. So if fewer voters who are Muslim vote, and the same number who voted for Trump still vote, their share gets bigger. That's how math works. I know a lot of people agree with Jang that math is not a thing that actually teaches us. It's incredible. This is incredible.
Gaza. There are other issues too. The bathroom transgender issue in places like Michigan. A lot of conservative Arab Muslims didn't like that. They don't like that was happening even before Gaza. No doubt about that. But
again, the beauty of the Republican Party is all of these immigrants that they seem to hate are actually culturally conservative in every single way.
It was still a kind of fringe issue. What made it an issue in the Muslim community?
The LGBT.
Yeah, there were conservative Arab communities in Dearborn who were like, we don't want this.
I'm glad you brought that up.
We don't want this. And they brought that up. That was before Gaza. There's no debate that some were shifting already to the Republican Party.
Sure.
But they were a tiny.
I've been informed, thank you, Rudd, that Scott Galloway wrote a new book that apparently is upsetting people. I like a lot of what Scott Galloway had to say. I found him interesting. I worked in the marketing industry too, so I've always appreciated his candor around a bunch of things. I'm very interested to see if I can find his book here. Because apparently it's women hating, which is fascinating to me. He writes garbage books for the most part. Like all of his stuff is not really that interesting, but this one is apparently called Being a Man. What is it? Notes on Being a Man, which is, come on, my dude. A little weird. Notes on Being a Man. Son of a bitch. All right. Well, I'm going to be putting that in the EPUB. Got the download going. Fascinating.
Minority. The vast majority of Muslims still voted. Democrats still supported, still understood. The Republican Party is Islamophobic, white supremacist adjacent party right now.
You think number one
Randy
reason
Fine in it.
You think number one reason why they vote the other
Gaza
side is because of Israel?
10 miles.
Okay.
Gaza.
Can we recommend garbage books too? You can recommend anything. I may not give a fuck.
No, not Israel. The Gaza genocide. You have to understand, I spoke to a lot of these people. I traveled through all these communities in 2024.
Yep.
And I tried to point out, yes, Biden and Harris are complicit in a genocide. No one's defending the Democrats. I was very critical of the Democrats and what they did between 2023 and 2024. But Trump will be worse or as bad. He's not going to be better. And people bought the Trump shtick. No, he's anti-war. He didn't start any new wars. He's not interested in the Middle East. He's friends with MBS. He's friends with Erdogan. It's going to be great. I met Palestinians who told me Trump will be better on Gaza. He's transactional president. They bought that shit. Look at him now. Look how many Arab countries have been bombed. But Muslims...
Look how many fucking people in Arab countries have died. Like, genuinely. How many people in Africa have died thanks to Elon Musk and Trump and Doge? And will die. We have irreparably damaged this world in ways that I don't think we're going to be able to get back online. It's really wild how awful all of this is.
We're not voting for Trump as a whole. You mentioned third party too. Jill Stein picked up a lot of votes in some places. Not as many as people thought she would.
12%.
Of Muslim votes, yes.
Yeah.
So in certain places. So
majority was like
2%. But my bigger picture is every time I said to someone, Trump is going to be worse than Harris, they said legitimately to me, but we have to punish the Democrats. That was the line. We have to punish the Democrats. They can't be seen to get away with a genocide. And when you say Kamala dropped it to 50, well, Joe Biden dropped it to 50.
Yep.
Harris kept it at 50 by not distancing herself from Biden. Her biggest single mistake was going on The View, and my friend Sunny Hostin said to her, what will you do differently to Joe Biden? And she said, nothing.
Yep, that's exactly right. She said, I'm not really a different candidate. I'm basically Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden DEI, which is a badge that she wears.
And the minute she said that, I knew she's lost.
It's a right-wing joke. I thought it was a funny one.
But that was it. Until then, I had some hope. She could beat him. She was leading in the polls after the
Is
convention.
this the worst candidate you've ever seen on the left?
That is not ever going in my pile, Pashy, in the history of anything ever. There's nothing I want less in there. I will watch Jang forever, and that will never be added to my pile of books.
In our lifetime. This is your sport.
I don't think she's as bad as people thought she was. I think she was definitely handed a
Who's
poison
been
chalice.
worse than her on the left?
But who's ever had a 100-day campaign? Like she got a shitty legacy. Let's just be fair to her, right? If we're going to be fair, we should be fair that she got a shit. Joe Biden should not have been in the race until July of 2024. No, that was insane.
I'm with you on that one.
She then got
you saw
coronated.
Joe Biden came out and said,
what a load of bullshit from Joe Biden. She's like, I thought he had a stroke that night. No, you didn't.
And then the video says, oh, Joe, you did so good.
Yeah, we saw you that night.
Yeah.
If you thought you had a stroke, why didn't you go to the White House doctor?
Let me just share. If you don't know, Oreos have come out with a Rocket Pop version. They're excellent.
So bullshit, but rewriting of history. I did a video that night after the debate in my basement, in my home studio. I got attacked for it by some people saying Biden needs to stand down. It's ridiculous. And I still think Trump should stand down. He's also got mental issues. But Harris...
If you didn't watch the last NBC interview, Trump's face is so swollen. It's pretty great. Can we have any literature in the pile? I've got every Kafka in there. Borges would be good. Recommend Borges. Go in the feedback section, be like Borges. But I think I've got Kafka. Yeah, I've got like Letters to Felice. Right now it's alphabetic, so it's not alphabetic by publisher. It's alphabetic by whatever the fuck is going on. It doesn't matter because I'm not ever actually using this to select. This is a different thing. But I got Metamorphosis. I've got America. I got a bunch of Kafka in there. There's Minima Moralia. Rosie Braidotti. Amazing. Rezi has asked to do a back and forth in conversation about Haraway because he's I think he's starting to read Haraway for the first time. It's really good and really interesting stuff. So I'm going to do a stream with Rezi, walk him through it, and also my critiques because I'm not a big fan of Haraway. So I think that she makes some mistakes that again, Rosie Braidotti, if you haven't read, I would scream read. Rosie's amazing. There's a lot of philosophers today that are like stunningly good and they happen to be women and you should be checking them out. I even have some Derrida in here right there. Also some more Braidotti. I've got a bunch of Braidotti. Let's see. Murray Rudy's Penis Envy and Other Bad Feelings. Oh God, there's so many good books. Proust and Signs. I have Proust in here. I have In Remembrance in here. I don't know how that'll go, but I don't give a fuck because it's so good. More Mallarmé. I got a bunch of random shit. I got fiction, a lot of fiction. There's a lot of Catling. I've got The Vor in here because it's beautiful. I can't find, if anyone can find, I can't find ebook versions of the Spheres trilogy from Sloterdijk. I don't even like it, but the prose is masterful. You know what? Fuck it. Give me 2 seconds.
Good morning, class. Welcome to our first class. And today, what I want to do is provide the framework for how we will learn the semester. What are we learning? How are we learning? Why are we learning? All right. So this is a class of ideas. So it's really important for you to pay attention and understand how these ideas connect with each other. If I'm not being clear, ask me a question. In fact, make it a habit to ask as many questions as possible, because that way you will learn more, learning will be more fun for you, and learning will be much more clearer to you, okay?
Oh, the audio on this is so bad.
Asking questions. So wherever I am confusing, wherever I'm speaking too fast, wherever you don't understand, interrupt me, okay? Let's get in the habit. All right, so I first want to talk about Immanuel Kant. We will be discussing him a lot this semester because he is the greatest philosopher in Western history.
Oh, God.
And he teaches us.
Sunday, we said this earlier.
How
no.
the world works. And this is what he told us. He told us that we can never know the objective reality. There is an objective reality, what he calls the noumena, or the things in themselves. That is not knowable to us. That is a world we can never access. Why? Because we perceive the world through our senses. Our senses, our perception, warps the world and changes it into a structure that we can process, called the phenomena, which are the things that appear to us. Okay, so the example is time and space. Time and space do not exist outside of us. Time and space do not exist in reality. But for us to understand reality, we need to add in time and space. Okay, that's the example. All right?
I don't mind Zendu. So, I'm eating Oreos.
How the world works is we perceive the world, we perceive the noumena, and turn it into the phenomena for us to process. In other words, and this is really important, reality
it's not the worst version I've ever heard.
Imagine it to be.
Now that's insane. All right.
Reality
that's what I get for saying good job.
Imagine it to be. Life is a constant process, a constant act of imagination. All right? That's Immanuel Kant. That's the first idea I want you to understand.
What the fuck, man?
What I want to do in this class this semester is train you or teach you or inspire you to augment your imagination so that you see the world much more clearly. This class is not about what to think, it's about how to think. All right. So let me explain the structure of the course. So
it wasn't bad at first.
At first,
it wasn't awful.
There's future.
Oh,
we will be looking at all three this semester: the past, the present, and the future. We were analyzing all three in order to construct a more objective reality for ourselves.
But you just said time doesn't exist outside of ourselves.
But the process of trying will train our minds to think much more critically about the world.
Oh my God.
So let me explain how. In the present, we have geopolitics. We'll be studying geopolitics. For example, why is there war in Ukraine? Why is there war in the Middle East?
That's Kant right there. Kant knew this.
Geopolitics. And we'll try to understand why this is happening. We'll try to formulate an analytical model of geopolitics, okay? An analytical model. We will then use this analytical model to make predictions
God, I want one of those screens so
about
bad.
the future. Why do we do this? Because these predictions will tell us if our analytical model is correct or not.
I want one of those screens so fucking bad.
Artificial intelligence.
It's like my new personal
goal. How do you know if
goal.
artificial intelligence, the model is correct or not? Well, you test it against reality. Okay? There's no difference between that artificial intelligence system and what we're trying to do here. And why are we doing this? Because if we're able to have an analytical model that makes correct predictions, then we can take all this and go back and analyze the past to reveal the secret history of the world. That is a project we are undertaking this semester to discover for ourselves the secret history of humanity. Because you may not know this, but all the history that you learn in school, all that history that you think you know, it is false. Okay? The history that you know, the history that you believe, it is a system implanted into your brains by powerful people. Okay? So the real question that we're looking at this semester is really, how does power
work. Because if we can figure this out, then you will achieve liberation. You will achieve freedom. You understand how you're being manipulated by others, and therefore you'll be free, you'll be empowered to live the way you want to live, to see the world that is true to you. So let me give you 3 concrete examples of how power works.
Yeah, we're thank God, no. Single semester high school class, Lost Maiden, don't be foolish. It's a twice a week after school program. Fuck. Am I a teacher? Why do I want that screen? I'm not a teacher at all. Why do I want this screen? Because creating and drawing out the relationality of things I find to be incredibly useful when having these conversations. And most of what I do, this is a dumb day, because I got a suggestion by a guy named Will, who was like, hey, and he said a lot of stuff, to be fair. But one of the things he was like, hey, he's like, I can't do the Jang stuff. I don't want to watch that shit. I'm here for when you do theory stuff. I need that. So what the fuck? And my answer is like, okay, so this be dumb time. So it's going to be dumb time. Anyone can be a teacher? Yeah, I'm Professor Brown. Why the fuck not? Who gives a shit? No one cares anymore. Professor Jang, Professor Brown, who gives a fuck?
Was a good candidate for a very short period. She had all this momentum, the honeymoon period. Americans love rehabilitation. You give somebody a chance. Yep. She comes in,
and it was the thing that was interesting. I have friends who were involved intricately in the Democratic Party at the time. When Joe Biden dropped out, he was not, no one thought he was going to. It created chaos, genuinely, inside of the party, inside of various apparatuses. And there were fights and there was ongoing, like, what the fuck is going to happen? No one really knew. And there were people jockeying for various positions. It ended in the position it did because Obama stepped in and a handful of other people stepped in who have outsized political power. But it could have been anything. That's why people were excited about Kamala. But it wasn't anything. I thought it was getting slow today. Thank you. God. This is from the Spheres trilogy. This is Bubbles. He has 3 books on spheres. Foams, spheres, and bubbles. Foams. Now the other, I can't remember the other one. I think it's just spheres. But I just want to read the first bit because I find his prose to be, he's my favorite writer. I can't stand his philosophy at all, but it's stunning. Allow me. Here's the picture on the page. It's a child looking at a bubble. The child stands enraptured on a balcony, holding its new present, watching the soap bubbles float into the sky as it blows them out of a little loop in front of his mouth. A swarm of bubbles erupts upwards, as chaotically vivacious as a throw of shimmering blue marbles. Then, a subsequent attempt, a large oval balloon filled with timid life, quivers off of the loop, floating down to the street, carried along by the breeze. It is followed by the hopes of the delighted child, floating out into the space in its own magic bubble as if for a few seconds its fate depended on that of the nervous entity. When the bubble finally bursts after trembling, a drawn-out flight, the soap bubble artist on the balcony emits a sound, at once a sigh and a cheer. For the duration of the bubble's life, the blower was outside of himself, as if the little orb's survival depended on remaining encased in a tension that floated out with it. Any lack of accompaniment, any waning of that solidary hope and anxiety would have damned the iridescent object to premature failure. But even when immersed in the eager supervision of its creator, it was allowed to drift through space for a wonderful while. It still had to vanish to nothingness in the end. In the place where the orb burst, the blower's excorpated soul left alone for a moment, as if it had embarked on a shared expedition only to lose its partner halfway. But the melancholy lasts no more than a second before the joy of play returns with its time-honored cruel momentum. What are broken hopes but opportunities for new attempts? fucking, he has no right to write that well. Like, it's fucking really good writing. Just beautiful. And again, his philosophy's shit, but God, his writing's good. It's so good. And the whole book, it's fucking dense. This is not a small book, by the way. This is a fucking tome of nightmares. This is a tome of nightmares. But there is nowhere that he doesn't have that type of writing. And it's confusing because his philosophy is utter garbage. It's really terrible. A face, this is like a random page. A face in the mirror that can be accepted as one's own without any catastrophe of misattribution only appears when individuals can habitually withdraw from the interfacial field of alternating glances, which, from the Greek perspective, is by definition also a field of alternating speech, into a state in which they no longer require completion through the present other, but can complete themselves through themselves, so to speak. Facial ego identity, the possibility of having a face of one's own, depends on that rebuilding of the subjective space which began with the Stoics' invention of the self-sufficient individual. Fucking crazy. Just crazy. Is that the philosophy book? Am I reading it for the writing? Correct. I've read Sloterdijk's You Must Change Your Life. I appreciate what he does. He's not a bad philosopher at all. I don't want that to come across. He's fundamentally not my jam, I think would be the easy way to put it. And he disagrees fundamentally with a lot of things that I agree with, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful writing. Beautiful writing, it doesn't matter. It does not fucking matter who wrote it. Beautiful writing is beautiful writing. I find it stunning. Yeah, Nietzsche's kind of the opposite. Nietzsche's prose is amazing. His poetry was ass. Is fair. But few people can write like that. And Sloterdijk is, it's just really, really nice to read. I probably would put him up there with, he's unique. He stands in a place where his writing is so prosaic. His writing is so stunning. It's not Klosowski level. Klosowski is like a stunning prose writer that is, the complexity in what he writes is performative in a way that's really complicated. And so what he does is fundamentally different, but Sloterdijk is just beautiful. You Must Change Your Life is a book that I do recommend people read. If you find something in it, it can be useful.
Gets a boost. She runs this. I'm Joy. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Goes to the convention. I was at the convention. It felt like a freaking party. I remember a member of Congress was there.
As if it's already.
A Democratic member of Congress said to me, "This is bad. We have not won. This is way too early." There's a member of Congress said this to me, a lefty, and I remember.
Hey, Paul's got them too. They're just amazing. Yeah, I also, like, you'll notice the books are in perfect condition. I cannot bring myself to like do anything but read it and to like gingerly read it. It's just really, it's good to read. Like, reading is good. It's hard to talk about. It's an amazing thing. I think You Must Change Your Life is the same. Anthropotechnics. It sounds more complex than it is. After the partly narrative, partly analytic introduction to the planet of the practicing, the terrain of the following investigation should be sufficiently familiar in its rough outlines. Now it is time to survey the eschatological field more precisely. Completely different. It's good, but it's philosophy. It's not the same thing as spheres, and I need to find, if someone has EPUBs of these, please let me know where I can get them. Anna's and Z Library is not doing it well for me, sadly. And I need EPUBs. PDFs are not going to do it. I'm done with that shit for a bunch of reasons. So here's more Kafka at the end. I also got a bunch of Chinese philosophers that people do not know. And I've got like Tao Te Ching and all that shit. But Zhu Xi, for example, phenomenal, really interesting writing, like genuinely interesting writing. Like, really interesting. I can't recommend it enough. I got a bunch of Sayers in here. I got the still got the fucking conspiracy books and everything. Yep, bunch of stuff. Someday I'll have this built where I actually do theory. That's okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up so that way it's I lean. It's going to be a stream that leans one way or another. So I'll probably leave it so it's like 3 extra vowels, and I'll just be like, hey, it's a theory stream. To overcome that, you guys need to make sure this other thing happens, because it hasn't happened so far. And if it does, that seems to be good. And I think that's what I'll do is like, it'll be a thing I hit that's like, it's a theory stream or it's a stupid stream. Stupid stream, video reactions, generally speaking. I think that'll work. I can't stand reading EPUBs. I have, I use, do I have them here? I have a handful of e-readers. I love my Kindles, and I'm sorry, I love Kindles, but I have 2 Boox, B-O-O-X, e-readers. One's a very large format, the other is smaller. They both allow me to actually literally make notes as I'm reading books, to highlight, to select, and it's wonderful. EPUBs are the best for that because PDFs are not for that. They're just not for that. But I need EPUB specifically because this format, this thing you're seeing here, this is built around EPUBs because it allows me to adjust text size. PDFs do not allow for that. These are EPUBs and PDFs are fundamentally opposite formats for a reason.
Sitting there watching, oh, Beyonce is going to be here. It wasn't Beyonce, it was fucking Leon Panetta. But anyways, bizarre. We come out of that convention and then she starts tacking to the right. She starts saying all this shit about, what was it? Oh, they were shutting down Lena Khan, the antitrust stuff. She had Mark Cuban, Liz Cheney campaigning for her. She campaigned more with Liz Cheney than with AOC and Bernie, right?
By the way, that was horrible move.
Insane.
Horrible move.
It didn't win over anyone.
Did you think that was a good idea?
No, I said at the time. At the time, I said, these people are not going to switch over. Olivia Troy, who's a good friend of mine, former Trump official turned never Trumper, she was part of that. And she admits now, I've interviewed her. She says, yeah, we tried, but we thought there'd be like this mass of conservative women that would come over.
How much money did they raise? 2.1, what was the number? 1.5 billion or 2. That's a big number.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
But so
But she also had her brother-in-law, by the way. There's a lot of reporting that suggests Kamala's brother-in-law, her sister's husband, I think it's Tony West is his name, big Uber lobbyist. He was pushing her to drop all the affordability, good stuff, drop the ads. There was poll testing
some controversy with him as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't
Tony
know.
West,
But the affordability agenda that she dropped, she should have gone economic populist, right? She did not go economic populist. Instead, she campaigned with a billionaire and with a war criminal. And I think that was a huge problem. And then she went on The View and said, no change. This is a change election. You can't go into change elections. I'm not going to do anything different from the guy who's going out. It was just
so you think, okay, so
it was fucking absurd. All right, we're going to skip a little bit ahead again.
It's going to go back to something you don't like.
Please.
You ready?
Go on.
Here we go. If Muslims do a better job expanding, they deserve everything they get.
But it's not expanding. It's
no,
just a
but it is though. No, it is though.
Changing the subject.
It is though. If Muslims, I'm a capitalist to the core, meaning if you beat me, guess what I do? You got to tip your hat. I don't know if you follow basketball or not.
What if people aren't trying to beat? What if they just want to pray in Ramadan?
No, but they're visual. You want to go watch how many of the videos like long term we're going to come America. Sure,
have you seen the Christian prayers at the National Mall? They're not the same.
No, you can't.
Have you seen? Are you kidding me?
Can I ask you a question?
Did you watch?
Can I ask you a question?
Patrick, you need to get out more. You're on the right wing algorithm too much. You watch Ilhan Omar videos.
Do you know at one point
all day long?
Do you know at one point I was sitting down with Muslims trying to find out what things we have in common? Okay, and literally I was bringing Muslims to sit down and talk about them. You know why? Because to me, the LGBTQ, specifically on the T side, was getting a little too far. And I think deep down inside to the core, you're there, but you can't say it publicly because it's politics for you over what your religion believes in as a Muslim. What is the Muslim position on LGBTQ?
There is no one position. Islam is not a monolith, but yes,
it's not a monolith.
In general.
Oh, let me read it.
Hold on, let me finish.
Go for it.
Islam in general, obviously, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but Islam as traditionally practiced, like Christianity and Judaism as traditionally practiced, is very hostile to the idea of homosexuality.
Okay.
Theologically.
We have that in common.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Pew polling. Let me give you some polls because you keep talking about Americans, this and that. So in 2017, Pew did a poll of Americans, and they found that Muslim Americans were more likely to say, 52%, I think it was, of Muslim Americans said that homosexuality should be accepted in society. You know how many white evangelical Protestants said that? 34%. 34%.
Protestants was 34%.
34%.
I have that data.
So Muslims were more accepting of homosexuality. Rob, I love you, Rob. They were more accepting of homosexuality than white Christian.
Yeah, he found it for him. 52% of Muslims.
evangelicals, right? So my question then is, when you talk about integration, assimilation, America is a liberal country. It's a pro-gay country, whether you like it or not. Muslims, and by the way, we ran a poll. We ran a poll this year. One last point, Patrick. We ran a poll earlier this year at Zeteo from Opinium. They polled Muslims in the UK and the US. Guess what they found? Muslims in the UK and Muslims in the US support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans and non-Muslim Britons. Muslims in America and Britain support gender equality more than non-Muslim Britons and Americans.
May I read
so for
you
your
something?
viewers, I just want to make clear, you've been lied to about Muslim attitudes.
I love it. I love it.
I'm giving you the numbers.
But let me ask you, what was your position a few years ago on homosexuality?
My position when growing up was very hostile. That's
Very
conservative,
not hostile, probably very
hostile.
conservative.
It was hostile.
Okay, it was conservative.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've
so
been
if I go to
and
some
I've
of the,
talked about how I've evolved on that.
okay, so if I go to some of the countries with homosexuality.
See, and now he's gonna be like, what if I go to a country that is hostile to it? Are they going to be hostile to it? He's such a fucking moron.
10 countries, homosexuality is a legal punishment in at least death penalties, legal punishment in 10 countries. Afghanistan, Saudi, Iran, Pakistan, Yemen,
we know.
Qatar, Somalia.
What's the point?
UAE, Nigeria. These are
How many of these countries has the U.S. Cooed and put people in power and controlled? Just weird. I'm not sure if it's all of them. It's all of them? Oh, that's weird.
This is where they're coming from. Okay, so Iran and Saudi, the only two national confirmed to have carried.
Oh, that's the signal, the pop-ups. Hey, everyone, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm going to be doing a little bit more, not terribly long tonight. I've already been going. I don't know how I have this endurance. This is a lot today. We did 3 hours of Klosowski, then I watched Sunday and ended up doing fucking a lot of Klosowski, and then Kant with Sunday. Then we've been doing this. If you like to support the stream, anything up to $10 pops up some solar anuses. Put those solar anuses up for all the members. You get to have that emoji. Otherwise, give a like. A bunch of you guys haven't liked it. Give it a like.
Not government saying.
I have pop-ups to remind me to do that because I'm really bad at self-aggrandizing anything. So hopefully, let me know if it's too much because I'm not good at this.
Sanction executions.
Horrific.
For that. Horrific.
Yeah.
Not one Shia majority nation is for same-sex marriage. Iran criminalizes.
And yet Muslim
Iraq.
Americans are.
Well,
interesting.
Not at the high.
Yeah, it's almost like people, like the best part of this is the right is like, well, they need to assimilate. Not like that. Like they need to become more westernized when they come to me. Not like that. Not like loving, you like the queers now? That's not what we wanted. We didn't want you to come here like queers. We wanted you to stop, speaking in your silly language and go into your silly mosques. We want you to not liking homos. Like that's the best part of this is, again, these fucking awful people on the right who just don't give a fuck about any of this.
Because that shows integration.
No, not at the highest percentage as you think. I think the part where
more than most white Republicans,
the part where conservatives,
and stop being brown. Fair enough.
And Muslims, if you ask me, on why that Muslim vote went from 24% to 31% for.
It's because fewer Muslims voted for Democrats. Like we know the numbers. That's how the numbers work. Stupid.
Trump is because liberals got so caught in this LGBTQ community.
It's part of it.
Let me finish the thought. That
That's
I
not part
brought
of it.
them here to sit
Medi's
down and
actually
talk and
wrong
say,
here.
look,
The
you
math
have
is
two
really
daughters, I have two
simple.
daughters. I have two sons. I have 4 kids.
You can go see the
For
numbers.
me,
It's very simple.
This isn't a position of LGBTQ community or not. I don't have a problem with it. They work for me. I will literally take you to my office right now to meet some of these guys and give you a tour myself. So you meet some of my staff that I have. It's about the force that was down the throat of kids. It was forcing that we have to sit there and hear what LGBTQ is all about.
Oh God. I have to know that people exist who aren't exactly like me. Oh my God. Also, don't tell my kid about how heteros exist. We can't do that. We don't want to talk about heteros. Like, don't talk to my children. In fact, don't talk to them. I want to be the one to do that because I'm a pervert.
And all this stuff being taught by schools.
I'm not.
And then they're not going to talk to their kids. Their kids get fucked up on sex, and it ruins their life. Good, it's great. It's good.
Debating that had an impact. It had an impact, by the way, on Latino communities too.
It did.
There's a lot of Latino
and they went conservative. They don't like that.
But by the way, so 2 things. One, I'm not denying that. I said I'm the one who brought it up and said it was partly LGBTQ.
Sure, yeah.
But it wasn't the big drive. The big driver was Gaza, right? And number 2.
Well, by the way, just respectfully, we're going to find out if you're right or I'm right in 2028.
I agree.
You understand what I'm saying? Because
but right now, what's interesting?
Fair, yeah.
Right now, as of right now, 2026, Trump has totally destroyed that coalition. He had a lot of Muslim support, not anymore. Nope. He had a lot of Latino support. It's collapsed. I know. We'll see if it's sustained. Yeah. Well, we'll also know in the midterm.
Yeah, yes, we know now.
That
stupid.
coalition, he seemed.
We know how this works now. Stupid.
To have built
I love
that
it.
scary coalition for those of us on the left.
Yep.
He's his own worst enemy, Donald Trump. With ICE, he destroyed his Latino support. With Iran, he supported a lot of it, and Israel, he's destroyed a lot of his Muslim support. But I would make a wider point, which is, at the end of the day, and I say this to Muslim communities, you can't vote based just on religion or just on foreign policy. You cannot be single issue voters. As a Muslim American, you need to care about everything in America. You need to care about the economy. You need to care about healthcare. And I think most Muslim Americans do. And I think they make decisions. By the way, the big reason the Republican Party will not win over Muslims or Arab Americans in big numbers is because of the racism, Patrick. Fundamentally.
That racism is BS. I don't think
What? You don't think Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
But he's a Republican in Florida.
No, he's to me is.
You don't think Donald Trump is a racist?
Not at all.
When he says to Rashida Tlaib, you should go back to where you came from. She's
if
from
you
Michigan.
don't like America, go back.
She's born and raised in Michigan. That's racist, Patrick. When I grew up, you tell someone to go back to where they came from, you start a fight.
Listen, we're both from the
Somalis garbage.
Dude, we're both
That's racist.
You lived in UK. I've lived in Middle East, but we're both from the same area region. We are what a lot of, if we walked in the streets and say we don't have a name, they will look at us in maybe a different way than they do the average guy. You're not a white guy, I'm not a white guy. Okay.
I hate to be that person, but if they're walking down the streets, only one of them is going to get side-eyed. One of the other one has done a very good job of assimilating. You think this guy at a fucking baseball game is going to be singled out? Are you fucking kidding me?
When you're talking about all this stuff, you said Muslim, people coming in here. I'll tell you another thing that
accent too. Clearly, he's a fucking foreigner.
Is a concern of mine. I want to know what you're going to say about this. When it comes down to age for marriage, and some of
this guy looks like people I went to high school with, and they were not from Syria.
These countries. Give you a rebuttal. I'm curious. So if a person comes from a country, or like in Sudan, the minimum age for marriage is 10 years old. Are you for that? I don't think you are. In Iran, the legal age for marriage is 13 years old.
Okay.
As young as 9 with parental consent.
Well, PBD, don't start moving. I know, Elon Musk and everyone else, you hear that. Hey, libertarians watching, don't move. They don't want you there. I know you're excited. Oh, I get to marry little girls. But, don't do it. Not going to work out well for you.
Are you for that? I'm certain you're not.
Because Republicans and Elon Musk and all this, they're kid fuckers. If you didn't know, they fuck kids.
Okay. And
like fuck kids. They rape children.
I'm not saying you're taking these positions. Yemen, no legal minimum wage.
I don't know where you're going.
I'll ask you.
He supports children rapers.
The question. Yemen, no legal minimum age. 1/3 of women 20 to 24 will marry before 18 years old. Iraq Parliament in 2024 moved to allow age girls to marry as young as 9 years old under Jafari school law. Pakistan, 1.9 million child brides in Pakistan,
Terrific.
6th highest in the world, okay? By the way, the good news with that, I want to give that credit as well. Islamabad, Capital Territory, just changed the minimum age to 18. Good for them. They're making progress. Nigeria, over 50% of girls married before the age of 15.
What's the question, Patrick?
This is the question. Culturally, if you're coming from this environment to America, notice I didn't say every other country that's coming from Muslim. If you're coming from that culture to America, does that coincide?
This is a guy who lives down the street from where Jeffrey Epstein lived and knew Jeffrey Epstein. These people all knew each other. Like, are you kidding me? What? Well, this is like, this ain't the argument you want to be making, PBD. This ain't the thing. This is it. This is
because if you've lived there for 30, 40 years, and these are the values you've lived with, then
isn't he Iranian? Syrian and Armenian, I think, is what I understand. But he lived in Iran, and he came here as a refugee. And that's the best part of the thing. We did skip it. We went over it on last year. It's my favorite moment because this whole thing's amazing. But Mehdi said that Trump didn't allow any refugees this year from Iran. So he doesn't want you here, PBD. If you were a child right now, you wouldn't be allowed in. He wouldn't allow you in. PewDie goes, I'd find another way and I'd come in illegally. The fuck, dude?
You're coming here, there's a clash with the Western ideology. What do you say to that?
I say, Matt B has it. Now we know that PBD has a list of the ages of consent in every country. I don't have that. I don't know these things. I've never looked this up. I've never cared. Maybe you've been curious. That's fine. But I don't have a list that I hold. He's got a list he printed out. He printed out a list of where he can go to marry young children legally. So just say that.
I will say two things. Number one, all of the...
Mike George, I didn't want to say it, but yes. When you say you're Syrian and Armenian, it makes me think you're a Middle Eastern guy who really wants to come off as white as possible. You don't think he wants to come off as white as possible? Are you kidding me?
Social sciences show that when people move to a country within a generation, max 2, they do assimilate to local values. And I just gave you the numbers for it. Muslims in America and Britain who come from...
Well, doesn't he have his meatheads? So my understanding is that Mehdi actually wouldn't come on the show if it was going to be a yelling match. So it's just the two of them. And I don't think they're going to do that shit again.
Dictatorships support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans in Britain. The percentages are there. American Muslims are more open to homosexuality and the acceptability of homosexuality, having lived in the US, than white Christian evangelical Protestant. So
I love it. All right. Back to the list. Here's how it works. We're done here. When I click start, consonants. Go to theory and reading. Pick in random stuff. Vowels. Do video. So, go. I'm going to give it a second for you guys to start typing because the delay sucks. And I've got to figure that out. I got to figure out how to make it send a note in for you guys to just start fucking typing like mad. So just start. Even though it doesn't look like it's happening, just start. Numbers aren't literally anything, Pashy. There we go. Someone figured out what to do. Ha ha, Caleb. Thank you. Oh, dear God, thank you, Caleb. Dear God, thank you. Look at Caleb's 194 points. Okay. It's Holy Random Books. We're starting with a letter A. Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, God. Well, I did skip AO this week. That's book 1. We're going to get 3 picks, then it's going to choose from them. You don't have, the typing doesn't do anything anymore, guys. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No doors, no windows. Oh, shit. Okay. Sushi. Oh, okay. And then we see what happens. Well, that was easy. Bounces out. Now we're picking chapters. It's a hockey thing with a little exit, like the DVD bounce thing. Oh, God. Conventions. We're going to skip conventions because this is not actually the writing or interpretation. Conventions is the writing of it and goes through the sort of overall thing, which is not what we care about. Ivanhoe does his thing. We're actually going to skip his intro because we don't care about his intro. Zushi is really interesting. You'll see why. And it's been a very long time since I've read this, so this is going to be very good for me too. I think. We'll find out. It was asked, human beings and other things all are endowed with the pattern principle of heaven and earth as their nature and receive the chi of heaven and earth as their physical form. If the quality of people's character is not the same, surely this is because there are differences in the turbidity or clarity, density or thinness of their chi. As for other things, I'm not sure whether such differences are because they do not possess a complete endowment of pattern principle or because they are obscured by the turbidity of their endowment of qi. The energies of things, impulses. Like there's a reason I'm attached to these things. Zushi replied, "It is solely because of the qi that they receive that they only have certain capabilities. For example, dogs and horses have a certain physical constitution and so are only capable of doing certain things." A further question was asked. Since each and every thing possesses the supreme ultimate, can we say that there is none which does not have a complete endowment of pattern principle? Well, Zushi replied, "One can say that they all have a complete endowment, or one can say that some have partial endowments. If you talk about it in terms of pattern principle, then none is without a complete endowment. If you talk about it in terms of qi, then there cannot but be partial endowments. This is why Lu Yushu said, there are respects in which the nature of other things is close to the nature of human beings. There are respects in which the nature of human beings is close to the nature of other things." I almost don't even want to talk about it. I feel like there's a mysterious quality in the way that they're using these terms. The whole point of the way that they're doing this and the way he's talking, this is one of the things of the Tao Te Ching that Red Pine and others go over, the I Ching as well. The point of this is fundamentally, Windrip, I thought I was pronouncing, I was pronouncing it. Good. And I'll get to that in 2 seconds. The point of this is that they're pointing at things that are slightly beyond what you might call on normativity. Chinese language is so fascinating because it's made of these ideograms that have very particular shapes that sort of match the thing that they are. They're a cross between what we have as language, which is not graphism. We have language where it's letters that have sounds and phonetics. It is sort of that, but it also has a lot of the traditional graphism that has been carried through. It's a very, very fascinating language. It's not like a Japanese, less so. Chinese, ancient Old Mandarin, incredibly graphism based, and it's amazing. So the things that they're doing in the translation of this, and it's why I skipped it, but it's worth reading if you ever get a chance. How people translate, how they talk about these things, what they do, the conceptions of these things is important. This is about the qi that flows through all living things. At this point, and Windrip has it there, it's QI, but just like you'll hear me say, it's not Zu if it's X is U, or it's Yu, she. The X is a sh. It doesn't really have an equivalent for us, but it's she. Like there's an odd tonality to it. I really think is fucking amazing. But qi as a thing, I'll just read Windrip's, is a concept representing vital energy or life force that permeates all living things of the universe. But by permeating all things, there are variations in the permeation. Clearly, that's what this opening is about. And they're like, oh, is it because of their, is it because of what they are that they have different things, or it's because of the different amounts of qi? And he goes, it is solely because of qi that they only have those qualities. It is purely emergent from the energies of the universe. It's pseudoscience. No, Windrip, it is not pseudoscience because it's not trying to be science. It's not trying to be science. That's not, calling it pseudoscience would be like saying Kant is pseudoscience for talking about the apperception of things. It's not it. It's not pseudoscience. It's not that. If Nietzsche is talking about the fact that all of us are actually waves and that the reality of thing is we exist not as a thing, but as energy that is moving through it, the same way that the wave of the ocean exists, but there's no such thing as a wave of the ocean. The wave is actually just the same water at the top of the trough as it is at the bottom moments later, because the wave is the energy that moves through it has shape, but it is not without the water that it exists. We are that. Would you say that's pseudoscience? No, that's fucking basic science. So if you talk about the qi is that. Qi is that energy that is moving through things, that is everything. It's a completely different way of talking about it, but it's 100% that. I know what you mean. Yeah, no. It can be pseudoscience. So can energy. Like if I talk, this is one of those things you will get me to be really pedantic on. I do kind of know what you mean, but I can't let it stand because other people might read it and go, oh, and it's like, it's not that. It is not science directly, but it is playing in that. So let's talk. Cheesy. Isn't it because of the chi material, the cheesy nature of the various things is not the same? Isn't it because the chi material is not the same in terms of turbidity and murkiness, that there are partiality and completeness in the nature that heaven endows? Zhu Xi replies, it is not a case of being partial or complete. It is like the light of the sun or the moon. If one is on open ground, one sees all of it. If one is inside a thatched hut, some of that light is obstructed and blocked. Some you see, some you do not see. When there is turbidity and murkiness, it is chi that makes things turbid and murky. As a result, there is obstruction and blockage, like being inside a thatched hut. Nevertheless, it is possible for human beings to penetrate through the obstruction and the blockage. Birds and beasts have this same nature, but they are constrained by their physical form. They are profoundly obstructed and cut off from birth and have no way to penetrate through. As for the benevolences of tigers and wolves, the sacrifices... Sorry. Come on. Where is it? What happened to it? Oh, tigers and wolves. Oh, it moved. It resized itself. Sorry about that. As for the benevolence of tigers and wolves, oh, the clip thing stays there. That's a thing I have to get rid of. That shouldn't stick around. As for the benevolence of tigers and wolves, the sacrifices made by badgers and otters, and the dutifulness of bees and ants, they are able to penetrate through the obstruction and blockage in these ways, like a slender shaft of light penetrating the roof or walls of a thatched hut. As for monkeys and apes, their physical form is like that of human beings, and so they are the most intelligent of all creatures. The only thing they lack is the ability to speak. Not scientific, not the point. Not the point. Odd way to see animals cut off from what makes us special in some way. I would argue there's something that's a bit different. Someone said the natures of human beings and other things are the same. Zhu Xi replied, the natures of human beings and other things fundamentally are the same. They only differ because of their respective endowments of chi. It's like how there is no water that is not pure. If you pour water in a white bowl, it all will appear one color. Pour it in a black bowl, it all will appear another color. If you pour it into a green bowl, it will all appear yet another color. That's a fucking great sentence. That's a great sentence. I love this fucking line. Zhu Xi here is talking about we perceive the different colors of the water, but it's still pure water. I fucking love that. Beautiful. And this is commentary. Echoes. We'll let that run, see what else it pulls up. This is my note-taking garden that at some point is going to go online. I'm trying to work on it. It's a thing I've been doing a long time. There's a lot of theories of note-taking. Zettelkasten, there's a term for it, Zettelkasten or some shit. I can never pronounce it. But it's lots of little notes. This is marrying that to a sort of a system of semiotic relationality that's sort of at the baseline of it, that it kind of finds things that connect to each other. So I let it run, and it does that. It's an interesting set. It's not LLM based or any of that shit, but it's its own thing. Semantic connections fascinating. The title of this book is just Zhu Xi, I believe. Yeah, it's Zhu Xi Selected Works by Philip Ivanhoe. That's what we're reading. It's his translation of it. Someone said the nature of human beings are the same. Blah, blah, blah. He went on to say, it is most difficult to talk about the nature if you want to say it is the same in all things. This can be appropriate. If you want to say it is different in different things, this too can be appropriate. It is like sunlight penetrating through the small cracks in the roof or walls of a thatched hut. Because of the different lengths and sizes of the cracks, the amount of sunlight is different. Nevertheless, it all is the light of the sun. It's good stuff right there. That's good stuff right there. That's fucking good stuff right there. That's very good stuff. We're going to do a couple more and then I'm going to bounce out for the night because my throat's starting to get hoarse. Someone asked, human beings are able to extend their feelings of concern while other things are not able to extend. So she replied, it would not be correct to say other things lack this ability. It is only because of the obscuration of chi that they seem to lack it. It's standalone, but it's spot on. It's that we cannot see it, that the thing is obscured or outside of the code of everyday signs for us. Spot on. So she said, it is not human beings alone who are the most intelligent amongst all those between heaven and earth. One's heart-mind is the same as the heart-mind of birds, beasts, grass, and trees. It is only that human beings are born with what is most balanced between heaven and earth. He'll get into what that means. It's very particular. It is asked, withered and decayed things also have the nature. It's true. What are your thoughts on this? This is correct. Right from the start, they possess this pattern principle. And so we say that there is nothing in heaven and earth that is beyond the nature. As he walked along the street, he said, the bricks of these stairs have the pattern principle of bricks. This bamboo chair has the pattern principle of bamboo chairs. So she continued, one can say that withered and decayed things lack the impulse of life, but one cannot say they lack the pattern principle of life. For example, rotten wood cannot be put to any use, can only be tossed in the stove to burn. It lacks the impulse of life, and yet, when one burns a particular kind of wood, a particular kind of chi is released, and in each case, it is different. This is because the pattern principle originally is like this. Are you starting to see why I like Zhu Xi? It's a lot of people have heard of him. It's really good. Zettel Katzton, thank you. Yeah, and I'm building that out. I'm trying to figure out ways to do it, but I'm able to. For example, I go up here and I go right here. Here's Windrip. I go pop, boop. Oh look, there's Windrips now in my garden. And it's found connections to a bunch of other stuff for some reason. I don't know how, but I'll take a look at what those are. But there's Windrip. Now you're immortalized, my friend. It connected you with, it looks like right here, the living seer Spinoza under the garb of the Neapolitan revolutionary. That's actually a very appropriate connection. That's kind of funny. But then I have to go through, like, there's a lot of these found connections. I have to decide if they're real or not, and what they are, which is time consuming, but pretty fun. This is the couple of paragraphs of AO we've done the last few weeks exploded. So lots of connections, lots of stuff here. The thing I have a problem with is when I load it, it puts all of the windows, all of these in the box. That's how it got here. So it forces them into the size that the box first opens as, but I want it to save positions. It's not saving positions. But then also with that, I need it to have a button that lets me just go, please click. So it just moves everything so nothing's overlaid. I don't want to have to do it by hand. God. Yeah, that's that. Let's do two more. My throat's really dying right now. It was asked, human beings and other things equally receive pattern principle from heaven, but do insentient things also have pattern principle? So she replied, they certainly have pattern principle. For example, boats can only travel upon water. Carts can only travel upon land. Fuck, it's so good. He says, the nature is simply pattern principle. Nevertheless, if there were no heavenly chi and earthly material, this pattern principle would have no place to settle. When only the clearest and brightest chi is received, there's no obstruction or impediment. This pattern principle flows forth freely. When there is some obstruction or impediment, it flows forth and heavenly pattern principle triumphs. When there's a great deal of obstruction or impediment, self-centered desires triumph. From this, we can see that the original nature is in every respect good. This is what Mingzi was referring to by saying human nature is good, what Zhao Dunyi said referring to the perfectly pure absolute good, and what Cheng Yi was referring to by the root of nature, and the nature traced back to his root and source. It is only owing to the turbidity and murkiness of chi material that this nature is cut off, and so within the material nature that there is that which the cultivated person does not regard as his nature. Through learning, he returns to it, and the nature of heaven and earth thereby is preserved. And so, when you talk about the nature, you must include a discussion of chi material in order to present a complete account. That'll be my throat for the day. That's it. That's a thing I'm going to be clipped saying. That's fun. It has been wonderful. I'm going to continue working on this. I'm probably going to stream again tomorrow night. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
My central argument to you today is that Julius Caesar was so successful because he was a myth maker. Okay? A myth maker. A myth maker are individuals who change the course of human history because they see themselves as a man of destiny who must change the world for the better. And they do so by constructing a new reality that begins to absorb the old reality and alters it. Okay?
Jesus Christ.
And they do so through their words, their speeches, their writings, and through their actions. So they see themselves as the main character, the protagonist.
Yes, you do.
That they
yes,
are
you
writing.
do. Yes, you do. You really do. Zhang really does, by the way.
Understand, but let's use some examples to better understand this concept.
Yeah,
so the
let's
first
do that.
example let's look at is the idea of Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs was an entrepreneur, but he was first and foremost a myth maker. Okay? So Steve Jobs...
He was a myth maker?
The joke about Steve Jobs was Steve Jobs had a secret weapon. It was called a reality distortion projector. Basically, Steve Jobs lied to people. But he lied to people...
That is not an old joke about Steve Jobs.
Appealing manner.
How is that a joke?
In such a beautiful way that it changed the reality.
No one's ever said this.
Steve Jobs imposed his reality onto others.
That's not how that works.
Today, that's why we use
no one
Apple
says
computers, right? We all have Apple computers. Why do we do this? Because
I have
we
a
are
PC.
participating
Most of the world
in
has
myth
PCs.
that Steve Jobs created for us, right?
No, they're good computers for things. I have an Apple for a reason, but
and you are participating.
God, you're a stupid motherfucker. You're the dumbest motherfucker.
Pleasing lifestyle.
Fucking Breaking Points should fucking pay forever for what they've done.
And that's why
this is so fucking crazy.
Apple computers today because we are
you're just awful. You're a fucking useless bag of shit. Okay? Useless bag of shit human being.
Another example is the idea of movies, right?
What the movies? Steve Jobs and movies. Good job. Good job, bag of shit.
Machines. When you go see a movie, if it's a really good movie, it will stick in your mind. And it will
what the fuck?
Change the way you perceive reality.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
So someone like Julius Caesar, what he was trying to do in his life was
that's not how that works.
A new narrative that would redefine reality.
Yeah, well.
The last example I want to use, and I'm really sorry for using this example, is Donald Trump. Right? Because Donald Trump
you know what?
Wants to make America
Steve Jobs to movies to Donald Trump, that's actually a progression somehow that works for me.
He's trying to construct or conceive a new understanding of America that absorbs the imagination of everyone around him. Okay? Does that make sense?
Jesus
that's
Christ.
What a myth maker is.
Fuck me.
And
are you kidding?
Why ultimately Julius Caesar was so successful. Okay? But the problem with being a myth maker is by creating new myths, you are disrupting old myths that people rely on for their understanding of the world.
That's not how this
creating
works.
something called
You
cognitive
weird, useless
dissonance.
bag of shit. You're a fucking weird, useless bag of shit, dude.
And people don't like cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, this
It
is
makes
clap
them
for the fairies logic.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is.
So they killed Julius
If you
Caesar
believe in Tinkerbell,
because his new myth of Rome was surpassing the old myth of
he
Rome,
thinks
and that
that
myth
because he
was
thinks he's
bizarre,
smart, that he's smart.
uncomfortable, and that's why
And
they
he's
killed him.
functionally useless
All right? So
bag
my
of
argument
shit.
to you-
And I have a lot of slurs I could say that I'm trying to work against saying, but he is a useless bag of shit human being. What a shockingly useless bag of shit human being. We're stopping here. You push us over, we'll do the next time. We'll do the setup for next time. That'll be easy enough. With any luck, it'll keep it. If it doesn't, I'm going to have a button that lets me set the thing, and we'll do a theory reading of something. What in the world? He's just the worst human. Just the worst fucking human. It's harsh coming from Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster don't fuck around. If you didn't know, Cookie Monster has no interest in these fucking people. None. No interest in these fucking people. Cookie want cookie. That's all he cares about. And Jang ain't fucking Cookie Monster. Like, that's not what he is. He doesn't give a fuck. Cookie want cookie. That's not doing any favors for my throat as a thing. Let's see. So with that, I'm going to kick you over to Rezi, who's going over what I think is actually a really interesting thing. We're going over the Ethan Klein lawsuit, which is actually interesting and useful and good to know. I'm going to have commentary on it tomorrow. It's one of the things I want to talk about. Didn't Cookie Monster say that cookies should only be an occasional treat? He began saying that in the 90s, but that is not what Cookie said. That is not what Cookie said originally. The point was that he was voracious and gluttonous. That was the entire idea. So take care. As always, love all of you. If you want to join live, we've got readings 2 to 3 days a week here on the stream. We're going to be doing more. And we've got a bunch of other amazing readings from stunningly brilliant people all across the spectrum. Join up, discord.gg/DGQC. Otherwise, membership, super chats, stream elements, patreon.com/DGQC, or else give my love to Rezi. Love you all.